Alrighty, are we all good to go? Let me click this guy here, and then I think we're good to go. Hi everyone, how are you all doing? You tell me, do you notice that there's a little bit less of an echo? There's temporary stuff, but hopefully the echo's a little bit better. No, the echo's a little bit gone. I think that's the word I'm looking for, but welcome everyone. Hi players, welcome Dark. You said you're gotta go, but you're here, meeting. Hello, and hi PD, welcome to stream. I hope your week has been great. And I never noticed an echo before anyway, great. Even better. I'll take it. I'll take it 100%. I noticed when I was doing some editing, there was just a little bit, but we'll see. And hi, Colin, welcome to stream. I'm drawing, but I'll be listening and trying to pitch in here and there. No worries. I hope your drawing session goes great. But welcome, and hi, Check. Welcome to you as well. Hello, everyone. Tell me, how has your week been? Has it been effective? Have you been productive? Have you had fun, or was it just a relaxing type of week? How's it been going? I know recently it's, final season? So have any of you done your finals yet? Any final projects you have to get done that maybe you're procrastinating on? And hi, was it Devil Law or Devil Lair? welcome back to stream either way. Hello, and hi, Ignorant. Welcome back to you as well. Hello. I'd say my setup so far, if I had to guess, since moving for about a month, we've got maybe it's about 70%, so we're almost there. Probably gonna take another month. You know what? Slowly. It is 3 minutes left, so let's see. What did I do this week? This week, what did I do? Let's see, it's Friday. I had a lot of appointments to get to, a lot of refreshing and checking and double checking. I'm hoping next week will be when I finish up working on calibration. So this week, or today, or so far, how do I explain this? About a week or so ago, I picked up working back on my game. So we're slowly going to start doing programming streams again, which I'm really excited about. I was stuck a little bit, so I took a little bit of a break from my game, and hopefully now we can get things settled up for us. Soon, TM. Once we figure things out, I think we'll be in the right place. We'll be in the good place, the greatest place, the bestest place. But again, hope you've all been well. And hold on, there's a cursor on the screen. Is there? Weird. Very weird. Huh. Interesting. I didn't know I could do that. Magic. That is an interesting one. Thank you for telling me that. I would have not known otherwise. In other news, I now have, I can't remember who. I'm going to have to figure it out, but there is someone in the Discord that recently came up with the emote. I love it so much. Now the Discord is now also in the Twitch. So we're all good to go. Look at that guy there. How fancy. I'm sure that will come in very handy. But I thought it was so silly. I still need to have a squinting emote, just a suspecting emote. I'm on to your games type of emote. And hi, I remember you. There was a hard name. Onzia? Or is it Oyensia? Unzia? Welcome to stream. Welcome back. I hope you've been well too. And I did see you earlier, PD. I don't think anything's gonna be able to top the Bobby emote. He's too cute by default. It's kind of a terrible race of winning. Hi, Kias. Welcome back to you as well. Welcome. I'm excited to see how this goes. I wasn't sure how many submissions we would get. We got a total of 5. So, you know what? 5 was my goal. We had 5. And whatever time we have left, we'll work on my game. So, either way, be it 1 or 0, I was hoping for a few. And since we have some, I'm excited. I'm very excited. I never know how these new formats are gonna go or how these semi-events are gonna go, but they somehow, some way end up usually working well. I don't think I've had there's been scuffed, right? But there hasn't been failures or things I haven't guessed would happen. Only time, I think, was one time when I was going to do Undertale Yellow, I think, but the game, what was it? The game didn't save, so I had to redo my entire progress, and I had to cancel the stream that day. I think that's the only time where things haven't gone as planned. Otherwise, things have been great. And saying that, time is about the 8 seconds left. You know what? I'm sure by the time I finish saying this, all the time I will be needed. Yes, 100%. There, look at it. It's all done. Which means we can go to the next screen and we can get into things. And let me double check. And only 5? Oh. You'd be surprised. Not many people, what is the word I'm looking for? I mean, my goal was 5, so I hit my goal. I'm thankful enough people already decided to join and participate. This is the first time I've held an, well, the draw togethers are an event. This is the first time I held a Discord event. So I expect, you know, not a lot of people to do as much, especially because it's just a document, but it's a thing, and I'm very happy with the outcome. So let me go into the planning screen. Here we are. As you can see, it's a little thing, Des. I'm hoping, you know what, it'll be fun today, very fun. A lot of reading though. So if you like a little background chatter, get ready. Get ready. We have today is going to be very simple. It's going to be 2 parts to the stream. I was considering splitting it up and ending the stream and then starting another stream, but you know what? We'll just do it all in one nice package. So part A of the stream, we'll be looking at game design documents that were submitted for a challenge that I held, or an idea jam, game jam sort of, this week. And then once we go through those submissions, I'll do about 20-ish minutes dedicated to each, and since there's about 5, we'll probably do about an hour, the first hour, 30 minutes of stream. Then after that, whatever time we have left, we'll work on my game. That's the part A, part B. So we'll see how that lands. You can see recap, look at submissions, elevator pitch, and then refactor time. So I'm excited for that. Speaking of recap though, let's go ahead and recap. If I can go into, where do we need to go? Where are we going on today? Ah, I see, I found it. Great, this guy here. So, if you did not know, I have a website. It is erisezra.com. I'm not sure if any moderators are in the chat at the moment, but if you could link it. If not, let me see. I don't know if I have a, I need to. Is it? Ah, I do have it as a thing. Lovely. Okay. I'll go ahead and do that then. Let's see, that guy there, lovely for both Twitch and YouTube. But erisezra.com, it's a place I plan to host just different resources. My goal at the end of the day is to make getting better at anything game dev related. So art, voice acting, game progression, working on stories, things of that nature, anything game dev related, as easy and as accessible as possible. Hence the creation of this website. It's also only possible to have this website up thanks to all of you and your support. So again, thank you. And hi, Banana Nana. And you're here, lovely. Glad to have one moderator here. Apparently, Stream Elements also counts as a moderator. From the website, not only do you have the links to different things down here and up here if you want to click for extra stuff, and oh, I was lagging for a second. You can also click down here, and if you click or type, I believe, dev, yeah, there you are, getting started dev, game dev. And this guy here has a link to different aspects of game dev, different game design documents, playlists, things of that nature. And hi, Eska, welcome, we have 2 in here, lovely. So it was a 2 out of 3, that's majority, look at that, lovely. And this was the stream I was talking about last week, where we talked about how to make game design documents, and we made 3 different game ideas, and just more on here. And you can see, hello, Curso, welcome in the stream, welcome. You can see here we have 3 different examples. So a game design document is essentially your blueprints for your game, what you're trying to make your game, what you're trying to describe it as. So you can see, hold on, if I subtract that, that's not supposed to be there, you can ignore that. We went through 3 different game ideas. I believe themes. This theme was antagonist, I believe. And the idea behind this game was that if I go down here, you can see medieval in a kingdom. You're a legendary jouster, and the king is assigned you a quest. He wants you to win a jousting competition with his royal steed, a donkey. She's not going to make this easy. So we did that 3 times, and each was about 45 minutes of just pitching ideas, thinking of ideas. I think Don't Be a Donkey has to probably be my favorite. It was a lot of fun. And once that stream ended, I suggested in Discord for all of you to give making a game design document a try. Hence the theme, if we go into, where are we at? In this guy here. Hence this guy here, you can see Stolen identity. That was the theme. So people had 1 week to complete and hi, Lusk, 3 out of 3. Isn't that lovely? Welcome. And what if I want to be a donkey? Well, the word was supposed to be, it was supposed to be the A word that relates to the donkey, but I didn't want to type it. But it's there in spirit. But donkeys can be adorable and very smart, apparently. They're very intelligent. They also make good, not livestock guardian dogs, but good livestock guardians. They're good at protecting their herd, which is adorable. But yes, PD, you don't want to be that type of donkey. The thing that was given was stolen identities, and people had up until 10 a.m. my time this morning to complete it, and started last week and ended today. So what we're going to be doing is looking at the 5 total submissions that were deemed, and the princess manners do not allow her to use such words. Exactly, we have etiquette and class here. When we drink, we raise our pinkies. It's very fancy here. And hi to welcome back. And finally, a stealing idea stream. I've been waiting for this. I bet you have. I would not be surprised one bit, not one bit at all. If we go here, where are we at? Studio mode. So actually, you know what? We'll do it this way, just to give you a general idea of what the game design document will look like first. I'll go ahead and go to this guy here. Okay. And I should be able to bring you into this guy here. Oop,
a Tesson is now following.
A Tesson? Is that how you say it? Maybe a Tesson pie? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I'll take it as a compliment. I think I've got you red, Toak. But again, welcome. You can tell me how close I got. A Tesson pie. That's as good as a guess I can get. You can tell me better for clarification. And I'm here too. Lovely, Les. Glad to see you on both sides of the field. Let's go ahead and go to this guy here. So the form that people had to complete was very, very simple. They had to...
Saloon Array is now following.
Saloon Array? Oh, that's what the bot says. But maybe Saloon Array? Good. Tell me how close I got, but thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. You can see here, I tried my best to make the game design document as bare bones as possible. These are all of the things they had to fill out. Their name, about them, title, pitch, book, inspiration, platform, software, genre, target audience, goal, average player experience, minimum viable product, and any extra stuff they had to put there. These are all the things they had to fill out. I tried to make it as small as possible. So again, 5 people, and we'll go through all of them now. I wasn't sure how I was going to do this. There's no prize. This was just here for fun. And you got it first try? Oh no. I can't remember that far back. I'll go at Saloon Array. That's my guess. But welcome, and I'm glad. In interview, the game design document's supposed to be a document. It's supposed to give you the idea of what your game's gonna be, the bare bones of it. If someone were to look at your game, not know anything about it, how close would you get? And hi, Texas Beach White Runs. I see. I'm telling you, it's rare. And not first try. She's stolen plenty before. I'm no thief. Not one bit, Toak. Nada. If I go to here, let's see where we at. This guy's screen. Now, there's no goal, or not goal. There's no, what's the word I'm looking for? There is no reward for doing this game design document. I didn't have anything to give. It was just meant to be a fun thing. However, I woke up this morning and I thought, you know what? I think it would be fun to have a grade system. So, we will be grading these in 5 categories. And again, this is for fun. By no means to those who have submitted or are watching this back, or anyone watching in general, if I give you a poor grade, it does not mean your game design document was poor. If it works for you, it works for you. This is mainly my opinions, and as you can see at the very bottom, also audience ratings. So beware, just if you do get a bad score, no, it's nothing against you. And I came across your YouTube videos and I'm trying Pixelate again after taking a break from it for years. I hope to learn a lot. Lovely. I'm glad the YouTube's working. But welcome from the other side. And this stream is all about learn. Yeah.
Tokfodai is now following.
Yes, Tokfodai. How are you able to unfollow and refollow? That is an interesting one. And yay, we get to judge. You get to critique and offer feedback. It's not about which one's better, which one's worse. It's about just saying what people have given you. Like, is there, what do you like? What do you dislike? What do you think can be improved? It's more of that. And, that is a long name. Hold on. I'm about to fall asleep. I think I figured it out. Oh no, I'm gonna fail this test. No worries, we'll go through it slowly. I was always of the belief that grade systems are kind of meh, and that's another reason why I don't want anyone to take this too seriously. This is just for fun. What categories we will be discussing, or we'll be focusing on at the very least, are clarity, practicality, creativity, theme, mood, and the audience rating. So at the end of each, you'll get to also be a judge. We'll see how that goes. You can get a total of 100 points, and each star is worth 5. So it'll be a out of 5 stars. What do you give it? And it's something we can all learn together. Yeah, exactly, 100%. So saying that, we will go through these by whoever submitted. And let's see, can those scores be negative? No, you will at least get 1. And oh, how lovely. Hi, Foss. Thank you for the raid. Hold on. I really want to get better at these commands. I should be able to do /
Foss Unleashed raided the stream with
like
12
this.
viewers.
Did I do it? I did it. Lovely. Thank you for the raid, Foss, and welcome everyone. You're just in time. We're about to go over some game design documents for the theme idea of, oh, hold on. I am 100% prepared. Game idea documents, under stolen identity. So we're about to go through people and see what they have to offer. Games weren't made. This game jam took game jam, quote unquote, but it's an idea jam. People are supposed to make a game design document within a week, and we'll go through and see what people have done. And this is the grading rubric. And hold on, let me move this guy here. And can you give us the link, please? What do you mean, Kirstel? Do you mean for the where can we find it, boss? Interview? Do you mean recently, Kirstel? Or can you elaborate just a smidge? If you mean the game design document I'm currently looking at, if we go to here, and hi, I'm new, and your VTuber model looks amazing. Thank you, Senior Frankie, and welcome. I hope you like it around here. If you go to this website here, if this is what you mean, Kirstel, I'll put it here and pull it here. You'll be able to find resources related to game design documents. The one we're looking at is basically this guy here, and it gives an idea. I linked to also videos related to game design documents. I also linked to generators, programs, things of that nature, to make finding, making, using game design documents as easy as possible. And people filled out this, 5 people in total. They had a week. So we're looking at those guys, or we'll look at them for about 20 minutes each. And what if a viewer is not at home? Can they vote? Oh yes, they can. When the voting is able to be done, you'll see. And generators are fun. Some people even made, just very quickly, Tilak, just to show you. I think it's this one. This guy here? No, it's not that guy. Some people made games out of generators. I'm trying to see that. This is itch.io, made in Unity. Look at this game generator. Isn't it cute? Little cards you can flip over for different ideas. I think it's adorable. I like anything that's gamified. Very easy that way. Just add a lot of colors, shingle a lot of keys, and I'm very interested. Let me go ahead and close these guys here. Saying all of that, let's get started. And fantastic, yeah. I think it's really interesting. Let me go ahead and we have on the list here a few contenders. Let me go ahead and click back here to Obsidian. And, oh, you know what? I do think I need to link Obsidian. Obsidian's a nice one. Obsidian, like the Minecraft Obsidian blog. Hold on, I will write that here. Oh, actually, how do you spell Obsidian? And, oh no, this ain't no scratch project. This was people had a week to do this, as I know some schedules some schedules fluctuate, so I wanted to give people enough time. The examples I made on stream, so these guys here, I click this guy for again, you can see this guy here took me about 45 minutes. I did not take this very seriously. This is just for off the top of your mind. I allotted a week just so people could fit it in their schedule, but we'll see how things go. So saying that, let me go ahead and where we at? Obsidian. I believe it's spelt OBSIDIN. Obsidian, like that. That's this program I'm using right now. It has, I have too many O's. Hold on. There you go. Obsidian. It's free as well. I have some plugins I'm using, so that's why it looks a little bit different if you were to download it. This is the guy I shall be using. Now, the first person to submit, and actually, let me also drag the theme and the criteria down here just so we have an idea as we're looking through this. First, we'll give a look down. I'll read everything, and then we'll go from there. And it's so big. Hold on. Like, we'll just move that there. Move that there. Yeah, for now. There we are. Okay. Alrighty. So the first person who submitted was Napa. Right here. Now, I'm not sure if they're in, Are they in Twitch? I don't know. I don't know if there's a way to check. but I wanted to give VIP. And creativity, what is that? I tried to describe creativity as best I could. Is it fun? Is it an attractive idea? What does it make it memorable? Is it unique? And Nappa, I'm here, lovely. Hi, Nappa, welcome. Let's see, can I do this? Did that work? I think it did work. I wanted to give anyone who participated a VIP badge. What's the least I can do? Saying that though, let's go ahead and look over these. Let me scroll in a little bit. Now, keep in mind the theme is stolen identity. And in fact, let me go ahead and zoom in here. The first time doing a GDD, even better. I wanted to try to give people a, oh, it's so big, hold on, let me make it smaller. I wanted to try to make this as easy as possible for people who maybe have not done it before. I wanted to give them impracticality, not on my watch. You'd be surprised. We'll see how things go. Alrighty, let me go ahead and go that there. What's the theme up there? Just keep that in mind. An air-sized panel. Huge and kind of big, isn't it? Just a smidge. Alrighty, your name, Nappa, 9693. I have a software engineer background and just started dabbling into game dev and art. I wanted to do about you section specifically because I wanted to see if people were beginners, if people were in the, what is the word I'm looking for? And really in the field. And that's why the about you's there. And are you winning, son? Hi, Rudy. And yeah, I'm winning. I got people who participated in my little game jam and I couldn't be happier. And mwahaha, I'm also on Twitch. Welcome to the other side. And let's see, Senor Frankie, you're a man of culture. Let's see. So the title of the game is called Slay the Machine. Okay. Top down, blah. I can't speak today, can I? Imagining. Hi, Zero. Welcome to stream. Welcome. Let's see. Top-down arcade beat 'em up where you fight evil robots and AI to save humanity. All right. I'm interested. And I'm surprised, Rudy. I never have the counter on there. So where were we? I need to do, where are we at? Let's see. Where are we? I lost my train of thought. Let's see. Look, story-dialogue will dive into philosophical concepts surrounding existence. Oh, you know what I forgot to do as well? I forgot to do a little timer. Hold on. Timer. Where are we at in timer? This guy here, the timer needs to be set to 20 minutes. And whatever, I'm leaving you, YouTuber, and burn. How evil, Senor Frankie. I respect the YouTube people here. Some people like a little bit of both, so that's why I multi-stream on both Twitch and YouTube. It makes it easy for people who maybe don't want to do other things. There we go, okay. 20 minutes to look at this guy. That way we stay focused. Let me go ahead and scroll down here, and where were we? All right. Okay, hook. Story dialogue will dive into philosophical concepts surrounding existence and identity. Fight mechanics will revolve around resource management and glory kills. Ooh, okay, resource management. And hi, Sanapa, welcome to stream. Welcome, it's been a second since I've seen ya. And what about somebody else in charge of Englishing? No, my Englishing is good enough. Inspiration. Okay, fight mechanics will revolve around resource management. I do like a resource management game. That's why we have a section for people, for all of you, since I can be a little biased in some places. And hi, Rodrigo, welcome back to stream. So let's see, the inspiration, or the game Street of Rage and Doom Eternal were inspirations along with the controversy of Twitch revolving around using AI art in the art category. Let's see, Street of Rage. Let me quickly Google that guy there. Just as a heads up, I haven't seen any of these, so I'm very interested to see. Let's see. Street of Rage. Interesting. Hold on. Let me pull this guy up here so you all can see. Well, hold on. Don't want it to be... I think I can do this guy here, possibly? Does that show up if I do... Oh, hide. Show. There we go. Well, look at that. Street of Rage. Yeah. Street of Rage seems to be... Yeah, I can see the beat-em-up feel you're going for. Oh, you can't see the other bits, but... Just beat 'em up feel. Okay. It was Street of Rage and it was also Doom Eternal. Now, I do remember Doom. Inspirations, I got ya. Okay. Street of Rage and Doom Eternal. All right, Doom. We all know Doom. That's the heavy, gritty demon slayer guy, I believe. And oh, Nero, you're on the other side as well. Look at that. All right, Doom Eternal, and I got ya. Doom. Hi, Disco, welcome up the stream. Let's go here. And that's what you mean by short? I may have just a smidge? Yeah, don't worry one bit. We'll see how things go. it is meant to be what you think it can be. And hear me out. Let's see. It's meant to be a PC game and software, right? A Godot. I like it. Game engine, Ace-Right for pixel art game assets, Critter or Clip Studio Paint for concept art, and still figuring out music and sound effects. All right. And oh,
Senor underscore Frankie is now
thank
following.
you for the follow, Senor Frankie. welcome. Oh, did I miss something? Go on, we don't need you. I'll make my own streaming service with blackjacks and cookies. Matter of fact, forget the streaming service. Oh boy. Okay, Godot, Ace-Right. All right, those make sense. And I just got a bunch of ideas after seeing this. Shame it's just a bit too late. That's a-okay, Disco. I plan to do another one of these. Not probably a month or two soon. So in a bit. All right. Top-down beat 'em up. Yep. 2D arcade action. Makes sense. Yeah, okay. Story takes place in a future dystopia where mega companies have begun using AI machines to replace humans completely and stealing people's minds. Ew, alright, futuristic, eh? Got ya. Given the art style and story content of the game is aiming mostly at middle-aged adults. Okay, you win the game by defeating the final megacorp boss and ending the AI robot menace. Okay, average player experience. Level starts, players fight through waves of enemies while traversing the level. Player reaches boss gives some villain dialogue that reveals story elements. Player fights boss and moves on to the next level. Okay. One level, movement, one attack for the MVP. This makes sense, yeah. One level, movement, attack, glory kill. Glory kills give players resources to survive. One enemy mob type in waves and one boss. And nothing else for documents or anything else. So let's see. I do not know creative ideas is rare nowadays, and say it out loud so risky out copy. I don't get what you mean, Crystal. Okay, we've looked at these. I want to just quickly go over what each of these mean for those that do not know. So I describe pitch as a one-sentence thing. If you were to describe your game in one sentence, what would it be? In this case, it's a top-down arcade beat-em-up where you fight evil robots and AI to save humanity. I think that does describe the story. Now, is it catchy? Not too sure. What about Hook? Hook is supposed to be what's the word I'm looking for? Hook is supposed to be what's the pow? What's the pizzazz in your game? What is the appeal that you're going for? That's supposed to be what draws you in. Pitch is the one sentence summary. Hook's the, what is it? An elevator pitch. You have 6 seconds to go get funding. Go. Just about. Yeah, I consider this kind of these guys here are the elevator pitches, and I will give you an elevator pitch later of my game so you can get a bit of a taste how I consider catchiness. And again, I'm on a timer. I don't have time to redo it, but I do think these do make sense. I do. And it is with considerable dismay, hold on, that I must remark upon the conduct of Senior Frankie, whose compartment lacks the decorum and refinement one might expect from a senior of his standing. That sounds like poetry all over again. And this is 4 more seconds than what I need. Got ya. And remastered era. Okay. Inspiration. Yeah, I can see it. Fast-paced. Okay. Top-down arcade beat-em-up, 2D arcade action. Story takes place. Target audience. Okay. I think I understand the game. From this, I think it is easy to read. I think it's easy to understand. If we go into, and actually, hold on. Let me grab this guy. That way the timer doesn't stop. Let me grab our concepts to make things a little bit easier to see. So I'll go ahead and paste. I should be able to. There we go. Lovely. That way we don't have to change screens. So if I go ahead and grab this guy here, I should be able to go about down here. Aha! Look at that. And I should be able to click this guy here. Look, we're in a different screen. Okay. So, the game, Slay the Machine. Let me go ahead and take this guy off so I can draw a little bit. Slay the Machine. Okay. Let me draw this down here, over here at least. We'll go down here. Yeah, down here. Alrighty. And it is Slay the Machine. Let's do, I think white's fine. Yeah, right? Yeah, okay. Slay, A-Y-T-H-E. A-C-H-I-N-E. Lovely. And 6 seconds is not enough. And let's see. Where were there? That was from the last week when we were talking about game ideas. One of them was people were saying that they didn't look like cows enough, so I put cow masks on them. That was a lot copyright. No, I don't. Not one bit. Yep. Slay the Machine. And it is by, hold on, let me make sure I get the name right. Nappa 9693. N-A-P-P-A. Okay. N-A-P-P-A. Kappa 9693. Lovely. Okay, and erase this guy over here. Now, let me bring back the way we're going to score it. Let me move this guy here. I should just be able to do this guy here, I believe. Okay. Alrighty. Copyright free buffalo. They make great cows, I assure you. Alrighty. Slay the machine. Does the GDD explain the game idea clearly? I'd say so, yeah. From reading it, I'm able to understand it's supposed to be like a top-down sort of beat-em-up game. So like this, right? And it goes through different progression systems, and there's a final boss at each. I do know these type of games, so I would say 100% very clear idea. Yeah, seems simple enough. Let's go ahead and make this here, and this is the levels. This is what I think of when I think of levels. So L-E-V-E-L-S, levels. Yeah. Okay, let's look at this again. So this is the game idea. Yep, I'd say. So kind of like the OG Zelda. Let me look that up. OG Zelda. OG Zelda. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I think, yeah. This guy, kind of like this guy here.
Senki subscribed on YouTube.
Oh, Sen P, is it? Welcome to stream. Welcome. And thank you for the subscription on YouTube. So something like this, yeah. I'm thinking something like that. Top-down beat-em-up, but it's a beat-em-up, which is interesting. Usually beat-em-ups are side-scrollers, so that's an interesting one. And something like Jedi Fallen Order. Let me zoom out a little bit here. Zoom out. Move this guy down here. There we go. We'll get out one more example. The Jedi Fallen Order. J-E-D-I-F-L-L-E-N. Order. Okay. Alright, I don't know if there's any. This is more so 3D, so I'm not too sure. I think the Zelda one might feel a little bit better. But yeah, I think that works. Clarity, I think it gets a 5 out of 5. It's very clear and easy to understand. I also think it's interesting that it is let's put the 5 here, yeah. I think it's also interesting to note the fact that beat-em-ups are usually, and I think it said, hold on, let's check. If I go ahead and hide this guy, and hi, Rumid Bananan. Welcome to stream. Hi. Let's see. If I hide this guy here, I should be able to. Oh, if I can see my mouse. There we are. Lovely. If we go back to the, what is it? The type of game it is. The genre. Right here. Where are you, genre? Yeah. Top-down beat-em-up 2D. Yeah, usually beat-em-ups are side-scrollers, so that is interesting. And what is the game about? This is a game about defeating AI and trying to make it to the top. The theme is stolen identity. So from what I'm getting, it's a futuristic kind of dystopia. And you can even see there, future dystopia, where mega companies have replaced everyone, and you're trying to get to the top to stop them. That seems about right. And I think the concept in itself is a very solid concept. And Earth writing I can't even read that. I'm no good at reading cursive. Not one bit. Let's see. Yeah, I think it works. I think it's clear enough. One level, movement, one attack. So the MVP is basically if you were to make the game, what's the smallest part of the game to get your game across? So for example, this game needs to have a level. You need to be able to have movements. You need to have enemies to fight. You need to have a way to attack. In the one glory kill, that's a mechanic in the game that's very important to the game. So I think the MVP does hand it out. And it appears as beautiful as I intended. It is beautiful. And Banana Feeder Turbo Blender mode. Sounds awful. And glory kills like in Doom? Would you mind elaborating a little bit on that, Toak? Maybe that's why one of the inspirations was Doom. I do like the idea of glory kills as just a feel and take my money. I do like the sound of it. I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be intense. Let's see. Clarity now. Practicality. Is this idea realistic for a small dev/team? When I think about practicality, one of the goals of doing this game design document, since a lot of people are beginners, and hold on, let me drag this guy, where are we at? This guy here. One of the goals was to make something that you could do. A lot of the time, and let me go up here, there we are. A lot of the times games fail, I think, because of 2 reasons. Lack of scope and poor foundation. We're trying to get better at making games or thinking of games and then making them, finishing them to completion. That was the hope of doing this game design documents, to feel out how to get started when making a game. And aren't we all beginners in the universe scope? If you think about it, Toak, I assume, hello again, YouTubers, YouTubians. Oh, silly. And let's see, did I miss anything? Okay, yeah, got it. And in Doom, it's a finishing melee move on an enemy when they are low health, which gives you resources for rewards being aggressive. Ooh, that does sound fun. Yeah, I do like the idea. And what was I saying? I was getting distracted, then there was wording. Right, lack of scope and over-planning. So I wanted to tackle these two problems. This was done planning at least wise with the game design document. And hi, Benedictus, the Benedictolo. Welcome, Nectar Stream. Welcome. I think the GDD helps with planning, and the lack of scope is just, is it too big of a project? As in, do you need 10 years to complete this game, or could this game be completed in like a few months, would you say? And I think this game here wouldn't be too hard to complete. I think on a scale of things, very easy. Well, I say very easy. You'll probably be like a 4 out of 5. Well, no, 5 out of 5. I don't see why this would be very hard to complete. It seems simple enough. You have a level, you have enemies to kill, you have all those things. I think it works out great. And I don't think so. There are jams that require you to submit a GDD plus a game. Interesting. Hold on. Did I miss anything? Are there any game jams that require... Oh, I didn't see you, Dustin. Welcome back. Are there any game jams that require the first stages to be creating a GDD? I don't know. Some do have stages to them, but I couldn't quite tell you. And you're not a beginner if you have started, though. If you haven't started. I think I read that right. Okay. Yeah, I think we're all caught up. And you're talking faster than I can think. First time. Whenever I'm excited about a topic, I tend to speak very, very fast, and that's an interesting requirement. It is. I think game design documents are kind of like the backbones, but the thing about game design documents, or maybe the best thing about game design documents, is they can be anything you want them to be. As long as they help you plan your game, they can be structured to be really detailed, or just be a few sentences for each part, or it could be long, it could be short, it just depends on you. And weirdly, if she drinks coffee, she slows down. Very weird. And to read that and get some snacks, I'll be right back. And we all thought the same first time we came over. Just about, yeah. Now, creativity. Does the game feel unique, fun, or memorable? Now, I can say the idea of rising up against AI and future dystopian is not quite unique. I can say that. That is an idea that is tried and true. And there's nothing wrong with that. Having ideas like, what was it? Like taking ideas of stories. So, for example, like a game based around the 3 little pigs and having you go through different levels based on the house structure. That it's tried and true, that sort of thing, or fairy tales in a game. So I'd say overall, the game, does it feel unique? Not quite, but it does feel fun. I feel like, and then again, I'm also a fan. If it moves, shoot it. Yeah, I feel like this could be a fun game to have, like, maybe, well, it's robots, right? There wouldn't be blood splatters, so maybe, you know, maybe they're in robot heads or something. I feel like that could be fun, and you're going around shooting them and going to different levels. I think it could be fun in that sense. Memorable? I feel like it could be memorable. Now, personally, I'm not a fan of futuristic, but I think it could be a fun game. I think it could be a thing. But for this one, just because it is a tried and true method, we'll go 4 out of 5, as I think it's because it's a thing I've heard of before. However, I think it can be fun and memorable. We'll go 4 out of 5, as I think, yeah. Overall, I think it's a fun idea, but it has been done before. But again, just because it's been done before doesn't mean you can't do it. I think there's always a way to tweak it and switch it up, and I think it could be a very fun idea. Now, theme/mood. How well does it incorporate the theme? Is there a clear aesthetic? I think so. I think this is a 5 out of 5 in this one. And there are no boring games, only bad implementations of the mechanics. I have to disagree with you on that one, Toai. I think sometimes games just aren't fun, and I think the mechanics are also not fun. That's another reason why we do the MVP, the minimum viable product, if I hide this guy very quickly. That's another reason why we do, if I can pull it up, this MVP. The point of doing an MVP is to do the bare basics of your game. It's to see if the game is fun. You continue, so for example, 1 level, 1 attack, 1 kill, 1 enemy, and if that part of your game is fun, then do the rest of the game. You can do multiple levels, you can do different bosses, different boss stages, different enemies, all this stuff, but you don't know if that's gonna be fun if you don't know the basics of your game is gonna be fun. So doing the MVP helps see if your game concept itself is fun. That's why I think the MVP is super important. And if you don't think killing robots can be gory, watch the episode of Samurai Jack where he fights the robot scarabs. I haven't seen Samurai Jack in a long time, but I might have to go look at it again. And have y'all saw Murder Drones? I've heard about Murder Drones, but you know, I'm not a very gory person, and not even I am that energetic after energy drinks. This is what happens when I'm excited, I tell ya. And let's see, are not fun for you. Era's hype and all the laughs to cheer up. She's a good streamer. Oh, you're so sweet, Crystal, truly. Did I miss anything else? Enough to share with the rest of the class. Snacks, all right, same first thing. Green is not a creative color. Depends on the person. Let's see. Hype, okay, not fun for fun. Okay, I think I read everything. And let me make sure. Coconut Simulator, hold on. And of course you disagree with me, you always do. Sometimes I agree with you, Twak. Sometimes not. Yeah, it varies from time to time, I think. And for me, it's Undertale. The story, setting, combat, music are all amazing, but the core gameplay is this new success. Interesting. I actually will... I think the game loop of Undertale itself does get a little bit boring. I think maybe if there were, instead of, what's the word I'm thinking of? Instead of it just being text when you talk to them and having the correct talk, I think if maybe you had to do a mini game for the talking would be interesting. And it seems we're too chaotic today. No worries, last guy. I expected as much, and I gotta get better at handling chaoses. I'm not a chaotic person at all. I am not 100%, but I think this fits 100% into the theme of stolen identity, the humans versus robots. So I'll give that a 5 out of 5. I think this works out great. And saying that, and she always disagrees with me too, Thoak. I don't, Petey. I think I've agreed with you for the most part, if I had to guess, but we have about 2 minutes left. Is there anything else I think would be worth looking at over here? Let me go ahead and hide this guy. And taking a look at our Slay the Machine. I do like that name as well. I think it encapsulates the game. A fighter beat 'em up. Top down is also interesting. She hates me because she hate us. I think you're all unique. What do you mean? And what about Oxidized Submission? We will be going over all of these guys. 20 minutes given to everyone. Make sure at the bare minimum. If you need a little bit more, but the hope is to get over everyone and to do 20 minutes at most. But yeah, we're going through them in, 20 minutes in terms of who submitted. So we'll go from first submission to last submission. That will be the order. And yeah, but you have that beautiful voice. I have nothing. Petey's voice is great. And it's me, she disagrees with, but that's my choice. I feel like I'm disagreeing with a lot of you. And you have the beautiful voice to it. How silly. Let's see. Inspirations, hook, pitch. When I look at this and when I think about this idea, again, I'm not futuristic dystopia fan, but I do like a beat 'em up. I do like an arcade game. I like a top-down game. Reading this gets me excited, and it's a game I feel like I would want to play. Overall, just looking at it, I think it's clear to the point. I think it has a simple direction, and I think it's a great game. I think it could be a great game. It could be a fun game, and especially a small game that is plausible. So I think overall, yeah, my score is my score. Now, saying that, we're gonna go ahead and do. Where are we at in terms of our Where are we? In terms of this guy here. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. Let me go ahead and set the timer to. We've got ads starting in a bit, so we'll do that too. So we'll do 4 here, reset the timer here. Now, if I go ahead and pull up this guy, you all now get to vote. What do you think in total of the game idea, the game design document, all of it? What are you feeling in your score of 1 to 5? And will this be published anywhere? These game design documents? That's a good question. You know what? I will question, I think everyone who submitted it is here, if they're okay with it. And you can DM me if not. I think everyone here, I think I saw everyone that is on this list. You can DM me if you'd like in Discord and say if you'd like it to or to not be. But I do think it'd be fun to have a section on the website that has everyone's previous game design documents. Like, I think that could be fun. And steal it, make it the game. And I mean the game. This is just an idea. Today, well, not today, but the idea is just to get people in the mood for making games, to try making games. We have a game design document, the idea document. The goal of this challenge was that people had 1 week to do the theme of stolen identity, and they just had to describe a game idea. But I'm glad you think, am I going too fast? No, this is not a game, it is just an idea. Does that make a little bit more sense? I hope I can try clarifying a little bit more and hold it for a while. I'm sure Elevator would love it. And how can I submit mine? I have this crazy idea about a rhythm game. Maybe about cooking things, maybe about dead entities. I don't know. Haven't polished the idea yet. Interesting one, Toak. And ooh, I get it. Good. Lovely. I mean, what's going to stop me? No copyright. I think half the battle is making the idea, because I think, well, let me rephrase this, and it was for me too, a lot of beginner game devs and just people who are getting started in small game devs are worried about their ideas getting stolen, so they never try to get feedback on their games or try to get help with them, because they're worried that if they show their ideas to anyone that it's gonna be stolen. And I can understand the fear. I think I had that fear, but then I don't know where I saw it, but I got that reassurance of, just because someone has the same idea as you doesn't mean they're going to make the same game as you. They can't make it like you can. They can't do what you do. You have the feel of your game. You have the heart of the game. You have the idea. And two people can take us the exact same idea and do it completely differently. It's not going to be copy-paste. So I think, and especially when it comes to making games, it is important to share the ideas, as having feedback can be very handy. And that is your mistake. You added a line, never add a line. Silly. And okay, and I remember me and my friends would try making games from scratch, but I never could go through with it. It was like a top-down online multiplayer, kind of like OG Zelda x Elden Ring. Ooh. Multiplayer is a genre that is usually typically very hard to do, and just make the idea dumb enough so nobody wants to steal it. And silly games do work. And a bug was on the subscribe button. Oh no, I accidentally hit it. I appreciate that one, Banana. I appreciate it. Let's see. We now have this guy up. And we have, oh, hold on. Did I do it correctly? We have this guy up? Nope. Okay, hold on. Let's see. There's some reason this guy isn't showing up correctly. If I go ahead and click on this guy here, if I go ahead and click on this guy here, I should be able to do copy. Let's see, copy button. I believe that's the copy button. And then if I go ahead and do this guy here, aha, we did do it. Okay, lovely. And let's go ahead and move this guy down here like that. Lovely. And then we'll move the timer to here. Yep. So you'll have 4 minutes to submit your voting. Now, previously I've done /poll with Twitch and YouTube's poll thingy, but I thought we'd try something a little bit different this time around. So if moderators wouldn't mind, pinning that to the top of the screen, you can go ahead and, what do you give this out of 5? You have to look at this game, you think the game design, what do you feel? Is it a game you could play? Let me go ahead and type this timer and show this timer, and that should work. Lovely. Okay, the 4 minutes to look at this. We should be able to see the results as they're coming in, which I thought was really neat. So let's see here. We got some 3s, some 1s, some 5s. And as people are voting, let me go ahead and move that down here. Maybe zoom out a little bit and scroll up a smidge like that. Oh, never mind. It doesn't want to show it. That's A-okay. Nope. There's the polls coming in. So we'll give that about 4 minutes so people have time to vote. As I know some I know some people also said that Twitch voting didn't work for them on mobile, so I thought this was a good, what's the word I'm looking for? A good, I thought this was a good compromise. There we are, compromise. And let's see, online adds 10 times the complexity, maybe even more. Yep. Alternative, yep. And I don't know how to put on YouTube. No worries, Lusk, I can do it. There, like that. I think that works. Yeah, it worked. But thank you for trying. Alternative, yeah, alternative. And did I miss anything? I did read that. Yep. Complexity. And do we vote for stars? Mine is 0.6. And not even 0.5. That is terrible. My goodness. And what do you say the theme for games was supposed to be? It is right up there, Zero. Stolen identities. That was the theme. The idea was that the theme is stolen identities. You had a week to complete the theme. And I think the idea of a dystopian with AI and robots being taken over by jobs and big corporations, and you being like one of the only human survivors and having to fight to get to the top through boss levels, I think that's a game that could work. And I think it could be a fun game. Let me go ahead and get some water. I voted for you to do the art of my game. How silly. I thought about that. Well, I wasn't sure what I wanted to fill up with the, what is the word I'm looking for? I wasn't sure how I wanted to fill up the rest of the stream once we went all through all of these, but I figured we could just do some refactoring. And lag, is it lagging? How awful. Hold on, let me check. It does say unstable there. Is YouTube okay? Is YouTube doing YouTubey things? I think it is. I think we're good, possibly. That is a shame though. I hope it's not too bad. And I thought you were gonna program a game while people suggested what would be in it, but I understand what we're doing here. Yep. The goal is to look at these guys, give an idea and see, okay, are these plausible? And then once we look at everyone, all 5, then we're gonna just, well, I did lag there, I did see that. Once we look at those guys, I'll be working on my game for the rest of the 4 hours we have to stream. So however long this takes us, we're gonna go through this slowly and give everyone the proper respect and analyzing that they gave me in terms of submitting. And next voting could be a good time for an ad break. Yep. Actually, 6 minutes left, you know what? Hold on. Oh boy, I didn't think the thing would be long. So we'll do the ad break now, and then once people come back from the ad break. And let's see. It is so hard at the level of what people write. Game dev, teamwork, the more people you have, the better and faster the game is. Yep. That is another reason why, Crystal, I added the thing up there that says, what is it? Practicality. You can see there it says game dev /team. as while I'm a solo dev, at least for this game I'm currently working on, I'd love to work on a team sometime in the future. What the goal is of making my first commercial game is that I want to get a feel of how it is to do it solo, how it is to do each aspect, and then go moving forward. I want to work on a lot of projects, and I'll still talk to you through YouTube. Oh boy, let's see, did I miss anything? Next, oh, I did read that. Lovely. Okay. I think we're good. Modern problems require modern solutions, and I forgot. And I've only programmed in Scratch, so I didn't understand much. You can make a game in Scratch. I remember back in school when we had to make games in Scratch. I can't say, there are some crazy games out there on Scratch. If you become a master at Scratch, you can really become a master at Scratch. It's lovely. It's really interesting. I have seen some games that you wouldn't think are Scratch that are in Scratch. I think it just comes down to you and your creativity. And it says time up. Time's not technically quite up just yet, since we'll come back to once the ads are done. I think that would be a great time. And saying that, I'm gonna go ahead and have this as the 20 minutes so we can set up for the next one. Let me go ahead and hide this guy, show this guy, move this guy up here. And I have a small team of 4 people. However, in the very start, do you have any advice? Do you have a GDD cursor? Hello again. And there's Terraria and Scratch. I'm not surprised. Scary to think about for sure, but interesting one. But 4 people, I'd say make sure you write out everything everyone's gonna do. I think a lot of the time GDD is the thing that people don't do, or maybe not too detailed. So if you're ever confused or lost, it's nice to always be able to refer to something. I think GDD is the place I'd start. And my teacher once said the music isn't on the piano. Yeah, it's the musician within you, the music within you, and your teacher is jobless now. Oh, I doubt it. And is my English, huh? What do you mean? I'm a little confused, cursed soul. Can you elaborate a little bit? About 30 seconds left. So we'll go ahead and close this guy here, and if you can go ahead and unpin the poll on Twitch side of things, I'll go ahead and unpin that guy there. That poll is done. I think we're getting in all the votes that we are gonna get. And it seems the audience has voted that it is 4 stars. So lovely. Okay, 4 stars it is. So I'll go ahead and hide this guy here. And the chat box is covered up, by the way, is it? Huh. Thanks for that one. And no worries, Les, that you can unpin it now. Oh boy, what a shame. But 4 stars it is. So let's go ahead and go back to where are we at? In concepts, and I can go ahead and do this guy here. I didn't even notice, so thank you for pointing it out. It'll be a 4 out of 5 for audience rating. All in all, I think that's a 90 out of 100. Great job, Napa. I do think you did a great job. 4 out of 5 for a 90 out of 100. 90 out of 100. 100. There we go. Lovely. And yeah. And oh, there's a chat box. I haven't seen it the whole stream. Now I know you're exaggerating, Telak. Oh, silly. And let's see. I have PowerPoint for work. The idea and for deadline, however, so hard. Yeah, deadlines are hard. I got in a bad habit of doing everything last minute. Now, I can say the majority of these submissions were turned in the last day. However, it could be the thing of, and senor, we love both YouTube and Twitch here. YouTube is not the forgotten child, and it is laggy. That is understandable. I've heard different things for different guys. Now, I was saying something. I was saying deadlines. I don't like deadlines either. I have some medical conditions that make it hard for me to get things done on time, so often I get extensions to things of that nature. But when I am in good condition and good health, I tend to do things last minute. And I fell into this thing of doing things last minute, but it was okay because I was getting A's, so there was no need to change what I was doing. Then college came, and then suddenly me doing things last minute didn't work because college gives you a whole week to complete something, and there's a reason it gives you an entire week to do it. You want the whole week to do it. So my advice to you would be, don't do things last minute. Try your best to set days to do certain things. So for example, maybe if it was a game jam for a week, day 1 is ideas. And actually, you know what? I think, hold on. I think there is, I did take place recently in a music jam where the idea is that you have a week to create a song. and I can show you, hold on, in 1 second. I believe I have it. If I can find it. I break down day by day the plan of what I'm doing. And let's see, if you did not put deadline, no one will do the work. Yeah, deadlines are important, but sometimes deadlines don't work. And you're a detective whose soul gets separated whole from the body. You can possess other living things, and you have to use them to solve puzzles, traverse and solve missing person's case. Hold on. You're a ghost detective. Oh, that does sound like a neat idea, Zero. I do think that's an interesting one. Let me go ahead and see. Yeah. Oh, let's see. If I go ahead and copy this guy, just to give you an idea of what we're working on here. For day 1, I did, and let me scroll over here. Day 1 is I made what I'm looking for. I made sections of the song, so I had an idea. Day 1 was inspiration. Day 2 was mapping out the base of the song. It was the getting out the chords. So let's see if I can find that guy here. There we go. Okay, that was day 2. And then from there, we had day 3. Day 3 is when I actually, let's see. Day 3, I think I worked on the melody of the song. So let's see. Yep. Day 3 worked on melody. And let me grab that guy there. And then, let's see. Once day 3 was done, I worked on day 4. Again, 7 days. So I'm trying my best to map it out and have allocated time. Oh, my goodness. Rick, Alien Tucker, maybe? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hold on.
Weekly on Tiger rated the stream with 9 viewers.
Out. Let me see if I can get the things working the way they should probably work. Hold on. Copy, and paste. Did that work? Did it work? Lovely. And hi, Voyer. Welcome to stream. And you can call her Rika. That's even better. Thank you, Rika, for the raid. Welcome. And Voyer recommended your stream for a raid. Thank you, Voyer. How sweet. Currently, right now, we're looking at some submissions. Last week, I did a stream on how to do game design documents. And for this week, I had some people in Discord do a little jam, you can say, an idea jam for making a game design document for the ideas behind it. And Rika's fine. Lovely. Did I miss anything? I just want to make sure. Have a good stream and hydrate 2K. Is it? I don't know. I'll have to check the prices again. But again, thank you for the raid, and I hope you had a lovely stream. I understand if you need to bounce and go, but thanks again. So let's see, what was I saying? Words, right. I was talking about a music jam I did, and someone mentioned having struggles with deadlines? So I was going over how I did a music jam given I had a week to complete it. I was talking about how day 1, day 2, day 3, and then...
on Tiger is now following.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I was wording, and again, I forget. But again, thank you all the same. Let me go ahead and grab this guy here. This guy here, yeah. And from here, what I did was, I had that day, right? Day 5 was refreshing it. Day 6 was also refreshing it. And day 7 was finalizing. So you can see here, first, inspiration. Second, base plate. Third, refinement, or third kind of middle. Fourth, refinement. Fifth, making sure. So that's the feel I usually go for when it comes to things that have to do with a deadline. I try to switch it up into 5 sections. And since this day was 7 days, I had a little bit of wiggle room. You can see one day I took as a rest day. So it depends. And I get you're an Undertale and Deltarune fan. Indeed, I recently had those added. And let's see, Deltarune mentioned. Lovely, and how self-refined. Or referential. I'm a little confused on that one, Toak. And you 100% so sweet. And I almost wrote something really similar. Okay. So saying that, we just finished looking at Nappa's submission. Now we have to look at another person's submission. 5 people were able to have submissions here, so we're taking 20 minutes to look at everyone's submission. And then once we're done looking at everyone's submission, I'm gonna work a little bit on my game. So let me go ahead and see who the next submission was. And I don't know why, I can't see it. 1 second, let's see. If I click this guy here, I should be able to see... Oh, nope, hold on. If I click that button, does that let me see who submitted next? Yeah, Oxidize. You look at Oxidize next. Let's go ahead and click on Oxidize. I should be able to hide this guy here. And the idea is that the theme is stolen identity, and you're supposed to make a game design document that you think could be completed by you or a small team. This is the grading rubric I have, and this is just supposed to be for fun. So you can see there, we have different categories. We have clarity, practicality, creativity, theme/mood, and audience rating. The last one was a 90 out of 100, so a good A+ on that one, which is great. Let's see, this one's by Oxidize, and oh, I lagged for a second. Help! SOS! And did anyone get sick often? Bananas are disgusting. And let's see, this is hard enough to do for yourself, but when you work with 4 humans, making a team, definitely, it takes coordination. I am excited to try making a game with other people. And I'm feeling really, really good. I'll do stuff early before it's due. Yeah, very good, Senor Frankie. I recommend it. Doing stuff before it's due. It gives you time to have wiggle room. 100%. Never again will I do stuff last minute. I have learned my lesson. I have. Let's see. We can go ahead and hide this. Show this. Alrighty, oxidize. Let's take a look. Hold on. /VIP. And then, hold on. I think your name is oxidize on here. I think I can do that. So that worked there. As anyone who participated, that's a score in itself. The fact that you spent your time making this. I really do appreciate it. And, okay, I did read that. Alright, where were we? About you. I briefly took a couple semesters of game dev courses at uni, but it wasn't a great program, so I stopped. I've only recently started into actual indie game dev for the past few months. I have nothing I've ever released or ever finished. It's just something I've always wanted to do, so I'm trying. Interesting. All right. I have this about you section here just for, I want to see what backgrounds people have who are making these. So some people are beginners, some people are extreme devs who have been in the business for years. And I've only made 1 game myself in 24 hours. I'm currently working on my 2nd game that I plan to put on Steam at some point. So I wanted to see, making these game design documents, what stages of levels are we at? Let's see. The title is Eternal. Is this Eternal Twilight or Eternal Twilight? Let me double check. I might have put an A there, but no, it's called Eternal Twilight. That's my guess in the name. All right. Now let's see pitch. You must survive in a magical drought during which your continued existence depends on finding fresh sources of magic to consume to both stay alive and empower yourself while you attempt to learn more of the drought's cause. Okay, all right. You must survive in a magical drought during which your continued existence depends on finding fresh sources of magic. To consume to both stay alive and empower yourself while you attempt to learn more of the drought's cause. Okay, interesting one. Either Tor's Eternal? That doesn't sound right either, Toak. Not one bit. And let's see, I streamed Jevil hard mode for a few hours ago and through my headphones. Jevil sounds scary. It does indeed. Let's see. Inspirations. World of Warcraft, Legions Withered, Baldur's Gate 3 Gale's Story, book series Heartstrike by Rachel Aaron, and The Long Dark and Subnautica. Okay, Long Dark I've heard of before. I've seen a little bit of before. I thought about playing, but I never got around to it. This one's like a survival game. It's deep, it's dark, it's gritty. It's very hard, but it's very realistic. World of Warcraft, Legions Withered. Never heard of that one, but I've heard of World of Warcraft. That one I believe is a MOBA. I think, possibly. Let me just make sure we just click this guy here. Yep, it's the MOBA. Yep. Let's see here. Nightfall in area is what I'm seeing when I pull that up. Okay, like a dark feel I'm getting is my guess. Now let's see. PC console. Okay. Godot, A-Sprite, MuseScore, and probably a doll. Makes sense for the software. Roguelike survival RPG. Okay. Let's see. Setting is the magical world of Atornoctus. I'm probably butchering that. Atornus maybe, in which a recently occurring magical drought has taken a steep turn for the worse. Okay. Target audience is young adults and up, as there is some darkness. And while the best MOBA in Godfather fantasy to give up the orcs. Maybe I'm just butchering words now. The best MOBA in Godfather fantasy gives us the orcs. Nope, still don't get it. Let's see. Goal. Learn about the arcane drought before you succumb to magical starvation, while also gaining power to survive in more dangerous locations. Next, I'm to send an audio of the pronunciation of her. I don't know if Oxidize here. I think I saw their name earlier, but I'm not too certain. But if you are Oxidize, you can sound off and give me a pronunciation to do your game right, or game idea. So let's see. Okay. Learn about the arcane drought before you succumb to magical starvations, while also gaining power to survive in more dangerous locations. Okay. Let's see, average player experience. Locate sources of magic, extract magic, improve your character, proceed to search for information of the magical drought, perish and start over knowing what you know now with some additional resources. Okay, I can see the roguelike. Roguelikes, and oh, I did read that. Hi, Rodrigo from the other side. I see the roguelike. Roguelike is usually you restart over. So it seems like each time you survive, get a little bit more of an upgrade. He sadly ain't here. Yeah, there's no worries. And I just realized there is a way to see who's on here. I think. But good to know. Let's see. MVP. be able to move around the world, interact with magical sources, tap magical wells, defeat enemies, extract from magical items, use a few basic abilities, and basic intro storyline. Okay. I'm glad we got this one. I think this one is a complete, or it's a lot different than the other one, which I think makes it easier to discuss about. But interesting idea overall. And how after is your thinking? Oh, I don't know those words at all. Okay. And it is called, again, let me double check, an Eternal Twilight. Okay, all right, let's see. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, and let's take a look. Let's take a look more in depth now that we've kind of looked over everything. Let's see. I'll go ahead and move this guy to where we are here. Oh, concepts, lovely. I'll go ahead and then do this guy here, copy you. I should be able to paste you here. Yep, like that. And what about under rune? What do you mean, Zero? Can you elaborate a little bit? I don't get what you mean. Let me go ahead and write on here. Where are we at? I need to write oxidize, O-X-C-I-D-I-Z-E-D. O-X-I-C-I-D. Nope, I'm not gonna remember that. Hold on, let me put this in the other screen so that I can write this clearly and not mistake it. All right, let's see. O-X. All right, C-I-D-I-D-I, okay, Z-E-E-D, oxidize. All right, and this is called, let me also get the title, Eternal Twilight. Let's see, A-E-O-T-O-U-R, A-T-O-U-R-N-A-L, T-W-I-L-I-G-H, T-W-I-L-I-E-H-E. Eternal Twilight, lovely. Okay, and let me slide this guy back here, and maybe clarity of the Englishing. And how do you evaluate clarity anyway? Is it just words? There's no technical document attached to understand it properly. I define clarity right here. Does it explain the game idea clearly? Can you understand the game idea by looking at it? That's what I define as clarity. I tried my best to simplify the feel of what I mean for each of these, so we can go through each. Yeah, clarity. Does the GDD explain the game idea clearly? And I still have my own identity while I'm not on the PC. How silly. Let's see. Okay, for clarity, I think I get the feel of the game, right? From what I'm thinking and from what I'm seeing as I'm looking at this, is it's supposed to be a survival roguelike, right? That's the feel of it. And I don't think there are many survival roguelikes. I don't think I've ever heard that before. That is an interesting concept. Let me go back to where we at here. And let me go back to I should be able to show it where we at. There we are. I need to hide that, in fact. Now, from the feel I'm getting, I think this can work. I think the idea of it being survival and roguelike is really appealing. It has a nice feel to it. Instead of, like if you've heard of a game like, what is it? RPG? Okay, RPG. RPGs are big. RPGs are really big. RPGs are like one of the top 5 games you usually don't want to do as beginner games, as they're big to work on. Let's see. And sorry, had to leave a hummingbird, but got stuck in my garage. Hummingbird. Oh, that sounds adorable. Poor little guy. I hope that's alright. Like, birds are adorable. I'm a bird person, so you got me already. But I hope things went fine. Saying that, I think I understand the game, right? It is a survival roguelike. I like that idea. I really do. Let me go ahead and hide this guy. Where are we at? Here we go. Survival roguelike RPG. Survival. Oh, let's use this color. S-U-R-V-I-V-A-L. Survival. That's Survivia. S-U-R-V-I-V-A-L. That doesn't look right. Hold on. Is that right spelling? S-U-R-V-I. V-A-L. Where are we at? S-U-R-V-I-V. Apparently that is the right word. Alright. I hopped on a broom and I slowly walked it out. Oh, sweet. I have saved some birds back in my day, so I'm glad you did. Let's see. Survival. Erase this. Move this back here. Survival roguelike. R-O-U-G-E. O-U-G-E. Roguelike. L-I-K-E. Roguelike. And also RPG. R-E-T. RPG. Okay. Does it explain it? I do like the idea, right? There's this sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a curse. Let's see if I can do some hot fire, hot flames, and survival. I like how it sounds. And now it's the game they played on Silver. You've got me. I'm very confused now, Zero. I'm lost now. You've lost me. Flames, fire, magic, curse, and survival rage-like. Can't feel that, and you should make YouTube comments also appear on the screen. I tried that before, Rodrigo. If you go back to some of my earlier streams, I tried that for a very long time. I will say very long time. I've been streaming, I started streaming last August. I tried for about 2 months to figure out a way to show them both on stream, but they didn't work. Not at all. And not only that, but yeah, like what Senor Frankie said, it's also against the rules of Twitch. But again, when you're starting out, doesn't matter too much, but I did try to get them working both. I couldn't find a program that worked. Everything I did looked scuffed, and half the time they worked, half the time they didn't work. But I did try. I did 100%. Let's see, there's this sort of magic. Let's see, oh, hold on. I think it was evil magic that it was, right? Let's double check. Was there some sort of dark magic? And that's how the things you wrote look. Read, like, that's an O. That is clearly an O. Let me zoom out a little bit to make things about there. Okay. And then let's go ahead and click this guy here. And I just want to check again with the idea that's going on here. It is extract magic, yeah. So the magic's kind of the level up system. Yeah, you should drive magic drought, during which you continued finding fresh sources of magic. All right, consume magic, stay alive, learn more about drought. So there's a story involved. Okay, consume magic, stay alive. So let's see, consume magic, consume magic, CONSUME, consume magic, MAGIC, consume magic, and stay alive, STAY. Oh, that's not a Y. Stay alive, ALIVE. Alive. And I'm late, but Warcraft didn't just borrow from the fantasy, it reinvented it. Well, Lord of the Rings laid the foundation, Warcraft built the whole house. I'm not surprised. Warcraft is one people usually look up. And so magic is health, XP, and upgrades, it seems? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It sounds like an interesting thing. And you have a doctor's whenever I write fast is usually, hold on, just so that you know my handwriting isn't too bad. Hold on. I have 2 modes. Either I'm writing for very fast for taking notes, or where are we at? There should be a I should have it very quickly. I can just pull it up, pop it up on the screen here. Let's zoom out here. I just want to, so we're all on the same page here. My note taking isn't that bad. See here? This is when I have time to slowly write things. It's not, you know, it's still very, very fast, but just so we're all on the same page here. Let's go back to the other one. Let's see, where are we at? The other guy here. We're in this guy, Game Ideas. And it's cute handwriting, sometimes illegible, but always cute. Thank you. Let's see here. Now, saying that, does the game idea explain the game, or does the GDD explain the game idea clearly? I do understand the idea. I'm not too confused. There is a game loop here. There's supposed to be a deep story behind. So all in all, I'd say clarity is 5 out of 5. I think it does do the idea justice. There is a feel you're supposed to go for. Now, how exactly you do survivals and stuff, I guess that's not too explained. And how did I miss the chaos chat? And no chaos in Discord chat. The same. There's no chaos here. Not one bit. Let me double check I didn't miss anything. Seeing the side quest. I see. Okay, good. Now, let me check again here on Obsidian. I'm curious to see, is there any explanation on what you do to survive? It says your continued existence depends on fresh sources of magic, but it doesn't explain quite how you obtain the magic. I can say, yeah, locate sources of magic. There's no real explanation. It's a very light idea, so I kind of understand interact with magical sources, tap magical wells. I can kind of understand the defeat enemies, kind of, sorta. But maybe instead it'd be more so of a 4 out of 5, as I think some places in describing are a little bit too broad. Yep, it is a survival roguelike RPG. You can see right there. That says roguelike, I can show you. So instead we'll do 4 out of 5. If I can go ahead and do this guy here. 4 out of 5, I think. Now, is the idea realistic for a small indie dev team? And Rogue is a character from Sonic, guys. Oh boy. And much better. And sorry, me no smart. No, it could just be my writing. No worries, senor. Let's see. Is the idea realistic for a small dev team? I'm gonna have to give this one a 1 out of 5. I think it is too big of a game. Now, saying that, RPGs are notoriously big, However, I'm not trying to just, like, if RPG wasn't here, let's just ignore that. Aside from RPG, a survival and roguelike, I don't know if this would be completable, is that a word? I don't know if this could be completed in a few months' time. As a first game, as a second game, I think this is really, really ambitious. And there's nothing wrong with being ambitious as long as you know how to handle that ambition. But the hope of this was looking at ideas and making ideas that could be scopable. An RPG plus robot, yeah. That's not even to mention the RPG, yeah. But I think survival roguelike RPG is big, huge game. Now, creativity. Does the game feel unique, fun, or memorable? Not big. Oh, I have the negative score in my back. I'm very excited to look at yours, Jack. And I believe the RPGs they are talking about are the role aspect, as in you can swordman, archer, mage. But even that, classes. Just making classes would be a big thing. Not necessarily, well, no, there is a story. If we go back to here, it says here that there is a story. As you go along in the game, you're supposed to basic intro storyline. There is a story. So you'd also have, you can see here also for the MVP, right? There is storyline. There's also along here information that you have to write out. So you'd have to have like a whole, like world up and built for this area. You're exploring different areas. You have to set out different areas, different encounters. So it would be very big. That's what I'm saying when it comes to things like RPGs, is that there's a lot that goes into it, and no worries at all, Lesk. And somehow my stream ended up 20 minutes behind, so my last few comments were 20 minutes behind the stuff. Huh, I know, I forget who, but someone was saying YouTube's a little laggy today, which is very weird. And I had to do technical calligraphy and technical drawing. I don't know what it's called in English. Calligraphy sounds about right. I've wanted to do calligraphy before, but I never gave it up. And yeah, it would really be a pain if you want an actual story with roguelike and the player would be more focused on upgrading. Yep. You have to upgrade and there's also dying over and over again. And that's what roguelikes are. The idea of it being a survival roguelike is a really interesting idea. I can say that. If we go ahead and hide this guy here, what are we saying now? Does the game idea feel unique, fun, or memorable? I'll be honest, I'm not too intrigued by the idea. There's nothing at it that feels or pops out to me. And again, this is just personal scores. I'm rating this on how I like feel, and that's very biased. If this is a game you're passionate about, if you think you can make it work, I think you should do it. I do. I'm just giving the feedback of me, so to speak. But looking at this, I don't really get excited about this game. I think, okay, survival, roguelike, I think it could be fun, but if we're just looking at this one, right, there's some deep story and some mystery, okay? That's what I feel when I look at it. Compared to something, a magic and survival, sure, interesting, yeah. Does it feel unique? I think it is unique. Does it feel fun, memorable? I think it could be fun. What really intrigues me is the survival roguelike. I think depending on how you do that part there, that could be interesting. I feel like mixing those two genres could be a lot of fun. So I will put down here a 2 out of 5 for the fun factor. And this is the second or third GDD. This is the second. 2 out of 5. You can see up there. I'm trying to do each 20 minutes in second. Yep. And I need technical drawing, making plans. Oh, I don't know then. I wouldn't know. And I'm back. What I missed? We're going over the second GDD. And we just went over creativity. I think, does the game feel, now it is unique. I can give it that. But fun and memorable. I'm not too sure. Depending on how the story lands out, it could be. If we go back to and if I click this concept, guys, here, if we go back to this guy here, hold on, I didn't click the thing right correctly. Where are we at? This guy here. If we go here, the hook, pixel art roguelike, survival RPG with a magical twist. And the pitch, you must survive in a magical drought during which your continued existence depends on finding fresh sources of magic to consume, both stay alive and empower yourself while you attempt to learn more about the drought's cause. Yeah, I'm not feeling intrigued by the pitch or the hook. It's not in my feels. But again, that's okay. If it is your cup of tea, it is. And that's a really good thing. Now, theme/mood. I didn't think I'd have to do this. Not at all, but I can't see the correlation with the theme. There doesn't feel, this feels like it was made without the theme thought of. And I didn't want to, well, again, I haven't seen any of these. I'm seeing them as you're seeing them in time. I wasn't planning on giving a 0. I was planning on doing 1, but this is so off of it doesn't, now, it could be the case, right, that the story is stolen identity in a way, but because there's no lean towards it, it doesn't feel like it hits the theme. And to be fair, I didn't know there was a theme for the GDD. That fact it matched was pure chance. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses now. I thought I made it very clear, just so we're on the same page here. I can certainly do better when it comes to announcements in the future, but I just hold your horses now. Hold your horses. This was the message I sent out in Discord. Let me click here. Where are we at? In concepts? There we go. This guy here. It does say the thing. But yeah, the theme right there, right at the very top, second thing there. But that is understandable. Next time I do one of these, I will have it I'll have it bigger. I'll have it bigger in bolder letters. And this time I had it as this color here. Next time I'm gonna have it as a logo. I think that'll be very helpful. Yeah. I'll make it more obvious, as if you couldn't see it, if it wasn't obvious, that's my fault. I will do better next time, don't you worry. Saying that though, it's not on theme in the slightest. Now, we say that the timer's up. I want to spend a few minutes brainstorming. As again, this is about seeing what we can do better, what we can enhance and to critique. And I had to do bin like 6 other systems by hand a bunch of things sometimes without the calculator. You're making me intimidated, Jack. And my horses are being held. Is the chat on the bottom from Twitch? Yep. I'm streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. I would have loved to have both on screen, but I tried. It did not work. And not your fault, I just didn't pay attention. And then it's both of us. We can both take the blame. Like I said, next time, there's gonna be a big shiny logo for the theme. I think that'll be a lot of fun. And I thought you were good at Iris, that 1-0. Huh? It's Twitch's fault. Not one bit. Now, like I said, I want to spend 5 minutes, and who's Iris? What lore am I missing? My name is Iris Ezra. That's the name of the game. I want to spend, maybe 5 to 10 minutes. We'll do 10 minutes here. If we were to make this game in theme, keeping the concept of survival roguelike RPG, what are some ideas you can think of that would make it in theme, while also maybe making it a little bit more practical? What are some ideas we can shoot out there? Now, what I'm thinking is, right, survival, roguelike, I think those can work. I think getting rid of the RPG is a good start. And, oh, didn't read 3. Yep, that's me. Hi, nice to meet you. Now, I think something like, and again, these guys here, oh, that fell. These guys here, but when I think survival roguelike, right, I think something, roguelikes are room-based, right? They're room to room. Something like this is more roguelike. I think it is possible to do a roguelike small. If you're on a team, I think it would be possible. You could all just get some brainstorming ideas. You play as a mimic locked in a dungeon. That's a great idea. Yeah, you know what? That's a great one. Hold on, let me get that down here. I think it's, yeah, you play as a mimic locked in a dungeon, and your idea, maybe you have to, it's maybe, right? Maybe, hold on. I'm liking that idea, Check, a lot. Hold on, yep, this is 10 out of 10 artists right here. I don't have a big tongue, so you'll have to, yep, you get the, the big eyes, yep, that, yep, let's see, beautiful. You play as a mimic, maybe it's a survival in the sense of, or the set of, you hunt players, right? And you hunt players, right? Maybe you level up, right? Your magic, consume magic, stay alive. You hunt people, you hunt adventurers. Like maybe this hunt. Maybe the enemies are adventurers. So let's see. Enemies are adventurers. That could be interesting. E-N-E-M-I-N-E-S. Enemies? That doesn't seem right. Hold on. Is that how you spell enemies? Enemy. E-N-E-M-I-E-S. Yep, that is how you spell it. Lovely. Enemies are dungeon delvers. I think that could be interesting. And bonus points for my thing? No bonus points here. Enemies are dungeon delvers. I think that could be fun. Are dungeon delvers. D-U-N-G-E-O-N. Dungeon. Oh, that is an N. Dungeon delvers. D-E-L-D-E-R-S. There we go. Enemies are dungeon delvers. And let's see. Roguelike doesn't need to be room-based. Arcade games are a great example. Yeah. That's why I was saying roguelike does, oh, no. You're right, Les. I was saying, when I think roguelike, I think room, like with your Hades, with your Isaac of Binding. That's room-based, but you're right, it does not need to be. And let me scroll back up here. Arcade games, yeah. Maybe an arcade run instead. And you're fighting all those Dark Souls players. Time for revenge. Yeah, you play as the chest that players walk up to. So maybe you have to hide and play inside. People walk up to you, so you kind of lure them, and it ain't no mimic in the mimic. What do you mean? And let me see, the mimic. How silly. And anatomy. What about anatomy do you mean? And prehenses the banana empire. There's no banana. Nothing. Nada at all. And let's see. Set until someone comes back. Peak gameplay. Sit until someone comes back, Demon Crystal, and you implement it room-based. Just implement one room for now. Yeah, I think room-based could be a thing. You're correct. And if the setting is like a dungeon, right? Maybe there is a dungeon map instead. So instead of it being multiple rooms, right? Maybe there is a dungeon map instead. So the scope is smaller. There's always a dungeon map. Now what's in it is random. You've got like a map here, you've got like a map here. Maybe you have like a map here, little room here, and then you have your rooms. Oh, that I didn't mean to do that, but something like like this. This is a beautiful map. Thank you very much. I hope you get the idea. Is that it's a set map, and maybe there's like a time limit or something. So right, time limit for that survival feel. And I like that it would be a good idea, like having to use the stuff the Avengers drop. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You're also a chest too, right? So storage, you have a storage system, and players come through an entrance and you have to move around. I think this would be smaller scope. I think having it set in a dungeon, so it's small enough, maybe you can have, right, bigger scope is that there's more levels to work at, but I think to make it more so of the feel of it being in theme with the stolen identity, Mimic was a great idea, Jack. Lovely. And Isaac of Binding said that as a joke once. It's the Isaac of Binding. Did you? That's usually what I think of when I think roguelike. And I pirate the game. No pirates here. We're all legal abiding citizens. No stealing the loot. Not one bit. And did I miss anything? Nope, we're good. Good, okay. So saying that, audience rating time. Oh, you know what, name. We need a name for this guy before he, yar har hardy har har. A pirate's life for me. I feel like pirate talk could be very fun. Let me move this guy back over here. Okay, now we need a name. Any ideas for what a name could be? That has to, right, you're still consuming magic. Maybe this is a mage tower or something. That could be the setting, so it still has the consuming magic. And it's gotta be Mimic. Mimic, we've done cows before. That was the last name of one that we did for the last time we were doing it was called On the Move because of cows. So no move, but Binding of Isaac's not that hard. It's not gonna be named. You can't do that. It's copyright. Okay. Chest, Mimic, stolen identity. Maybe the chest looting. Chest to loot Mimic. I do like that one. I like that one. I think that one's cute. Mimic. M-I-M-I-K. Now, it doesn't tell much about the game, but I like it for the Mimic feel. And I've stolen my own identity back. Reminds me of Chancellors or something. Have you played One Shot? And if you have, would you recommend it? I have been recommended One Shot before. It is on my list of to-do games. Now, whether I play it on stream, I'm not too sure. And Outside the Treasure, interesting. Locked and Unlocked. Ooh, interesting names. Hold on. Instead of writing it, I'll just grab these guys here. Let's see. Okay. I like these guys. I think they might be, well, I've seen some game names that are very long. So I don't think it matters too much. Let's see. City? That is an interesting one. Is it supposed to be a play on the name chest? I can't say that's interesting. There was this recent video I watched that talks about naming games. I'm gonna have to go rewatch it, but it talked about the idea of good game ideas. I think that would be a fun topic to talk about. But like the Mimi is pronounced Mimic. Mimic. Beware the Mimic. It does sound, maybe you play as Mimi the Mimic. That does sound adorable. And game title, Box in the What? Interesting 10. Interesting. Box in the What? And she's stealing ideas. How fitting. Stolen identity. Watch out. I'll go ahead and put that guy there. Box in the What? Interesting one. Check mark. Okay. All right. And let's see. I quite like the Mimic one. I do like that one. And don't mimic me, bro. Yeah, that one's very silly. We'll put that one down. Got like 2 minutes left. So I think Mimic's probably my favorite. If I just eyeballing it here, I feel like there's something we could do more with around the word or idea of looting, the idea of chest and taking. But I think in this new emote is me. I'm glad you like it, Petey. I'm glad it has a little animation that it can automatically do. And no gold for intruders. That's a good one, Lusk. I do like that one. Oh, hold on. Won't let me grab that one. Okay, interesting one. All right, I'll think a little bit more about names, but as we're thinking about names, as I'm brainstorming some more, we'll go ahead and have it run the, oh, actually, okay, 26, we're good. In that case, I think we have enough time for another guy here. So, looking at everything, right, we're not talking about the Mimic guy, back to the survival roguelike RPG, this Eternal Twilight. What would you give this game out of 5? And I had, where are we at? Let me go ahead and do this guy here. Let me pull up the voting system. And let me go ahead and do this guy here. And let me go ahead and grab this guy here. Okay. And we should be good to go. And let me go ahead and see. I should be able to click the create poll button. And then I should be able to copy this guy. And you can go ahead and link that there, Lusk. And I'll go ahead and pin this guy as well. So if I go ahead and pin this guy, you have 3 minutes to do, and oh, let me go ahead and make sure this is 3 minutes. 3 minutes to vote. And let's see, voting time, that guy can go about there, and then that guy can go here. And remember, you're not voting on the Mimic idea, you're voting on the Eternal Twilight idea. And, okay, and I should be able to do show results here. And let's see. I should be able to click this guy, lovely. And then if I make you just a split, oh, wrong one. I need to make you smaller, there we are. Oh, this works out well, actually. Lovely. We have a little graph. I think the graph is very adorable. All right, so feel free to vote. You can click that pin link up there. It makes it easier to cross-vote on both platforms. And also, since I've heard about, what am I thinking? I don't remember. And I give it two as a Mimic. There's no Mimic in here, remember, Crystal. We're talking about the internal, hold on, let me go ahead and hide this guy. We're talking about Eternal Twilight. These are some improvised ideas, but the base idea. And 3, it would be a game on cool math. Interesting one. I did used to play cool math back in my days. That was always a fun game to play. I feel like though, truthfully speaking, because this has a story, right, an overarching plot, it might not be too easy. Well, then again, it could be like a 5-story plot, right? It could be level 1, plot 1, or chapter 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, and level 5. Maybe there's 5 levels and there's 5 parts of the plot. So it could still be a small game, but I feel like with the way this game is themed, I don't know if that's the idea, is to make it a small, and let me zoom out a little bit to maybe make it a little bit easier, the Eternal Twilight. And Armor Games and Congregate 2? I haven't heard of that before, not one bit. And let's see, oh, or a DM classic, how do you open the chest? That's a good one, Zero. That's a good one. I think I like that one too. Let me go ahead and grab you here. I'll grab that one too. Just put it on the board. But again, if you can click the link there and vote, that'll be the last of the voting score for this guy here. Overall, I think there are points at which this idea could be interesting. Now, aside from it not fitting the theme, the idea itself is very ambitious. But again, nothing wrong with ambition. I think if you have the guts for it, if you have the ambition, it is plausible, especially if there's no time limit. The hope of doing these GDDs is to make it, what's the word I'm looking for? The hope of the GDD is to make it plausible. What's something that, as a beginner, you know, if you're only like a game or two into your development, is it possible? And I think roguelikes, a lot of people usually want to do RPGs. I think that's big. What's another one? I can say I'm making a rhythm typing cafe game, and rhythm games are definitely on the list of complicated games. Definitely don't make us your first or second game. Stay back. Stay very far back. I did not know that going into this. So I'm reaping the consequences of choosing a very hard theme. And I really hate the level system in games and semi-open world builds. It's amazing and creative. Open worlds can be complicated to make though, very difficult to make. And time's up, lovely. You can go ahead and unpin that, then moderators, whichever one can do it for me. And I'll go ahead and unpin this guy here. And thank you. So it seems like the votes are in. It will be 3 stars, 3 out of 5. Lovely. And prefer blue over red. The colors on the graphs are so neat. It was only there with the YouTuber that's a similar one. Oh, it does kind of resemble me, doesn't it? How cute. It'll be 3 out of 5. Lovely. Okay, thank you for voting, everyone. There we go. I'll go ahead and hide this guy here. Interesting. So, what is the total score of this guy? This one was easy to calculate. Each star is rated 5. So, if a moderator could possibly, while we move on to the next one, if someone could tally. Someone just put this here. Tally that up. I'm sure there's, numbers, but right now, thinking, no go. Not on the process at the moment. And it would be like a 75. Is it 75 or like a 75? We can always look at it a little bit later, but I'll go ahead and just put this here as we're moving on to the next mission. Let me go ahead and do this here, this guy here, and just multiply the score by 5. Is that how it works? I'm supposed to be programming today, but my mind isn't in math mode right now. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 5? 50? Is it 50? Huh? Alright,
Apex Legend player is now following.
Hi, Apex Legend player? Apex Legend player, thank you. And welcome, thank you for the follow. That kind of makes sense, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 60%? Is it 60? This is 4, right? That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 times 5, right? You math or Matthew? I am neither math. I'm learning very quickly. And add 24 to it as well. IDK, do whatever. Beauty! You're not helping. 3 out of 5, 0.60. Okay, so the best score would be 125. Is it? Did I do this wrong? Did I do this wrong? Right? You know what? This is how you can tell the scoring system is great. You can tell for certain. There's the scoring system right here. And I'll just go, 60. 60, multiply the score by 4. I am being told 60 is 60 out of 100. So, if it were to be the case that it is 20 per star, then 10 times 20... that's not 10, it's 5. That's 10 times 4. 40, right? Where do we get 60 from? Right? That's what I'm thinking, right? Wouldn't we say? We will deal with this later. I sent it in to the moderator chat if someone wouldn't mind looking. Oxidized got some points. It's a million. Yeah. Alrighty. Next one. Where were we? This is what happens when you bring math into game dev. It never goes well. Where are we at? Let's go into our next guy here. So next up on the submission board, and this would definitely be a game I would play and beat it and replay it like 5 times and be done with it. Interesting, yeah. I'm a big fan of long storylines. Calculator never makes errors. That's not good. Something's up with my math, but you know what? That's okay. That is all right. Next up on the board is check. Now, I can say this for certain. Check has told me that this is going to be a doozy. So keep that in mind. Be prepared. And I need to do /VIP for check. And the 90 should be a 92 then. Even better. Oh my. All right. Okay, so where were we? We are on checks. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here. And where are we at? I need to hide the timer. The timer is hidden. I believe if I show the timer, nope, 3 minutes. 3 minutes is not what we need. We need 20 minutes. 20 there. Lovely. So 20 on there. Go ahead and show you there. Okay. Oh, hide that. There we go. Show you. Nope. Hide you. Do that. No. I'm missing something. There. Lovely. Okay. There we go. And let's see. I was studying engineering. I can't 2 + 2 without a calculator. Yeah. Sometimes you just can't. And embrace the chaos. Ooh, shiny. Congratulations, Jack. Let's see. All right, ready? Are you ready? I'm not sure, and I need to learn your obsidian skills. Thank you, Sancha Shogun, and welcome to stream. I don't think I've seen your name before, so welcome. I like pretty things, so I'm always like that. Aesthetics is a big one, but I'm glad you like it. Alrighty, check our XXP on Discord. About you, I can't code, mostly can't art, and barely can barely music. I'm trying to learn art/music, and with summer vacation coming up, I'll surely have plenty of time to make more proper first steps. I also like cooking, greenery, and westerns. What does western mean, cowboy? And I'm not me neither. I don't get what you mean, but interesting. Alright, so we have a big beginner, and I smell have food. Oh, Apex Legend. I did see that name before. Welcome. Okay, title is called Four Leaves Curse. Okay, you play as an inspiring lawman, fighting against his peers to upkeep his reputation and become the town's sheriff, a position that has been thoroughly cursed. Stolen identity. Inspiring lawman fighting against his peers to upkeep his reputation. Become position that's thoroughly cursed. Okay, I can kind of see how that might be stolen identity. Possibly, but we'll see. We'll keep going. Alright, a hook. A spirit of a once beloved sheriff that faced his demise after losing all his former glory, called them by the masses Four Leaf, derived from his name, Clover. I do know a Sheriff Clover, or co-sheriff at least, deputy sheriff. Let's see, filled with injustice and spite, came back to forever curse all trying to become the town's sheriff. This time, his haunting fell upon a group of 4 young lawmen, aiming for the position, but primarily to top the candidate, the protagonist, Dustin Dune. He'll have to face his peers and legend spirit itself in a gauntlet of varying tests, with their purpose being for him to manage and uphold what was the Phantom's lost virtue, respect. Okay. Alright, interesting. Just go to sleep, the storytelling, just go to sleep. Am I not a good narrator? And let's see. Yeah, of course, having 4 hops is easier than making a friend who has 100%. I don't get what you mean, Curso. This is an interesting one. I can see it though. I think it is an interesting play, right? I think the theme Stolen Identity is played through by the sense of the cursed spirit, the sheriff guy thinks you stole his identity as sheriff. So he thinks you didn't steal identity, someone else thinks you stole the identity, which is interesting. That is an interesting twist. Let's see, alright. Inspiration, Western setting and graphics, my beloved. Undertale, yeah, I knew it. And you'll get the theme in a minute. Yep. Grid-based combat, South Park, The Fractured but Whole. Interactivity with the environment, FNAF Into the Pit, haven't played that one yet. Neighbors, mine isn't a point in clicking, but shares the aspects. Effect system, very loosely, Red Dead Redemption 2, I believe. Judgment portions, Among Us, and not an inspiration but a resemblance was pointed out by friends. And Danganronpa series. Interesting. Alright. And of course, having 4 hobbies is easier than making friends you have. I see, got ya. I mean, hobbies are fun. Now this could be a PC or console game. Interesting. And I just read the 2 other great ideas. Can I resubmit? No, less. I'm sure yours will be great, don't you worry. Let's see. It's a top-down, interesting. Top-down puzzle with heavy crime/murder mystery motives. Turn and grid-based RPG. Interesting, okay. Top-down puzzle with a heavy crime/murder mystery motive. That's an interesting one. I guess that's where the murder mystery portion comes. And I hate English. No English bad. English is a little painful sometimes. I'm struggling to read as we speak. Okay, let's see. Setting. The Phantom's Gauntlet will take you around. Oh, hold on. I wish I had some Western music. The Phantom's Gauntlet will take you around the main town of South Star and the area surrounding it. The game will be divided into 5 chapters, each divided into 5 days. Every one of the chapters contain a different rival and feature in a distinct setting which relates to the trope of the American Old West. Target audience. Fans of Westerners and puzzles and crime games. Those who fail at paying attention to the game's environment and its inhabitants will have a hard time. Okay. Yeah, I can say for certain, I am not the target audience. You're the one who put round. So let's see. Okay, each divided into 5 days. Game divided into 5 days. Interesting. Okay. I kind of see the point. Four Leaf's goal is to test Dustin's competencies as a sheriff. Okay. For he has crafted 4 tests, each serving as a different purpose and pairing him against the chapter's foes. Though the content and goals of the test vary, the goal of each chapter is to overcome the enemy in a trial held by the town's board. The contents of the goal of the game test vary. The goal of each chapter is to overcome the test in a trial held by the town's board the day after the last test. Okay, for the things that happen in each of the 4 days, they'll try to find which one of you deserves to be prosecuted. Your objective is to use the info, alibi, witnesses, anything useful gained in the previous days to help you defend yourself and make the board's judgment fall upon the adversary. Okay. There will be a verdict for the case of each individual day. To secure completing the chapter, you must be the victor. Be not guilty. And I want to say a little like Salem. That's what it feels like. Yeah, that's what is it? Town of Salem? Is that the game you're thinking of? I can feel it. And can you say it's me, Micah John Martin? I don't know how to say the name. They get close, Cursor. And what's that? I should just looking into it. Check. Town of Salem's what is it? I think they're called the Mafia games. That's what this kind of sounds like. The genre, Mafia. There's Werewolf, and I think that's what Town of Salem is in Red Dead Redemption 2. I have not played that game. It says up here it was inspired by, very loosely, the judgment portions at least. Let's see, where were we? And is this Pepsi? There's no Pepsi here. And kind of like Among Us, that's what also was said up top too. So it's interesting, you're picking that up. Interesting. All right, where were we? There will be a verdict. Let's see, did I read that? For the majority of cases, individual days. However, if it's a draw, each of you is the victor of 2 cases. A duel between you 2 will be held by who the board thinks is a third-party individual, who in reality is Forley's phantom in disguise. Win it, and you'll get to continue on to the next chapter. If you lose the majority of the cases, you'll have to repeat the chapter. However, if you complete enough of the Phantom's optional quests in that chapter, he'll offer you his trial, a showdown against waves of enemies. Survive that, and you'll get to start the chapter again, but with additional benefits. Interesting. Alright, let's see. Average player experience. And no, this is Patrick. Let's see. The experience varies between days with the overarching goals stated before. Each of them aims for Dustin to showcase a different type of skill, all of which are to put the previously mentioned competencies to the test. These days are as follows. And this is thorough. It is. And last minute title, the table did it. That's very silly. I do like that one too, Zero. You're good at name. And pop off. This is interesting. Chuck has been talking about making it the entire week. I can say it was submitted at the very end, but a lot of that I can definitely say was put into this. And again, thank you for doing as much as you have. You will tackle a day in a shear's life. The catch is you'll be trying to put an end to an ominous outlaw, the chapter's rival, which with the way the dark powers given by the Phantom has taken your form and identity. It took long enough, but we finally got to the theme. Hold on. Outline the chapter's rival, which with the dark powers given by the Phantom has taken your form and identity. Makes sense. Okay. Serve and protect the citizens, earning their respect and trust when they try to stop the bandit in their tracks. Testing the sheriff's prime directive. This is the first day, day 1. The first day will have you serving the citizens while on pursuit of stopping the roaming outlaw. This day you'll be tasked with these activities. Doing petty quests for NPCs, gaining alibi, hints towards puzzles, useful insights on the outlaw's case, and possibly valuable items. Interesting. Trying to apprehend and expose the enemy, battling with their minions and stopping their evil plans of ruining your public image. Using the environment to your advantage, solving puzzles centered around the bandit's scheme, collecting evidence and gathering information helpful with the prosecution. Okay. First day will have you serving citizens while on pursuit to stop the roaming outlaw. Interesting. Okay. I'm playing the right now. Interesting. Let's see. Number 2. The rules are to be swapped. You'll take on the rival's likeness and try to ruin it in the people's eyes. Stay wary because the rival will do the same you were tasked with the previous day. The best way to defeat an enemy is to know their ways. And get a drink of water. I have water here, but I have not drunk it. So thank you for that one. I'm surprised the notification didn't do the thing, you know, the magical thing. That is weird. It didn't do the notification, but I see it. So thank you. I will. Tasty. Thank you for that one. Now let's see. Terrible. 0 out of 10, I tell you. I'm a lifesaver. My throat is no longer parched. Thank you, senor. Thank you. Let's see. The best way to defeat an enemy is to know their ways. Follow that philosophy and be the biggest menace to society you can. Mess with the environment to your advantage and act as an obstacle in the opponent's quest to cease your mischief. All to paint the worst possible image of them to the public. Okay, and this is a role reversal, right? So they act as you, now you act as them. That's what I'm getting from it. Let's see. The day flips the experience of the first test. You'll be the one impersonating the adversary, trying to ruin their reputation while they are patrolling Peacekeeper, with the intention of staining the adversary's good name. You will terrorize the citizens. Oh, you could be evil. Alright. The most effective form of correcting the enemy's image. Attack them. Destroy and or steal their property by staying away from ending their life. But stay away from entering real life. Yeah. They will certainly try to fight back, and some might be a real threat. However, tactical homicide is obviously viewed by 4 Leaf as the worst action possible from a sheriff. So for that, each life you take will temporarily weaken your disguise, but it won't reveal Dustin at first. But a disfigured monster ensuring that the witnesses won't attach the crime to the rival. And 4 Leaf has methods to make sure no murder is unseen. The more you commit this crime, the more that monster will start to resemble Dustin. Okay, sabotage the rival's objectives. And is this multiplayer? Let's see. Where are we at? Sabotage the rival's objectives. You know them well at this point, so make sure you use what you learn while in that position. Tamper with crime seeds, manipulate the people, fracture evidence, and fabricate lies to help your case. Possibly even try to confront them and waste their time and resources. Just try extra hard not to fail while doing so, or the consequences will be rather harsh. Interesting. Yes, very detailed. I'll be honest, I'm a little lost. just a little bit, but we're going. From my understanding, right? Day 1, they take your identity. Day 2, you take their identity. So far, so good. I think I'm understanding it. Number 3, hunters. It reminds me back when I was a DM.
Hunted is now following.
The hunter that hunted. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream and welcome to Reading GDDs. I'm having fun. I'm having a lot of fun. It's always fun to look at people's ideas and think about them. And let's see. Reminds me back when I was a DM. I created Cabin in the Woods and turns out to be a mimic sanctuary. The owners train mimics. I'm a little confused about that one, Zero. So let's see. Enough of directly facing your opponent. Now you must serve the town alongside each other, and at the very least try to hide your conflict from the people. A scary entity has been spotted in town. Dustin and his rivals were chosen to hunt it down, fully knowing that it's actually a test, and the looming dread in question is a very familiar phantom. The job is simple. Contribute to the hunt more than your partner. However, keep in mind that anybody has the right to question and object to your face without proper evidence backing them up. The prime objectives are to use environmental clues to track down the prey and prevent them from spreading terror. The bigger enemy, however, will be the rival. They'll try to sabotage you. Take the credit for your accomplishment or even negate them once you're in Judgment Day. Gather enough information or to fight off anything that they verbally throw in your way. If you're capable of doing so, sacrifice your integrity in order to fabricate false versions of the story in order to plummet their chance of winning the case. Okay, all right. Okay. I just want to make sure we at least are able to get through the whole guy. So what we'll do is we'll read these guys here and then go back to these small guys if we have time to do it. Let's see. So this guy here is enough of directing your opponent. Two-man mission with only one coming out on top. This explains it a lot easier. That's what I thought. That makes much more sense. Got ya. Okay. Let's see. Survivor's Day. The time has come for the chapter's final test. The town is attacked by mysterious forces like yesterday. This time by 2 monstrous creatures, those being you and the rival, once again, enchanted by 4 Leafs magic. So would this be co-op or online? I'm thinking it's an NPC. It doesn't say co-op, or at least that I can tell. Right? It seems like your rival is just another NPC, I'm guessing, in the game. Is what I'm wondering. Yeah. And you're confused? Do you realize how fast you speed up while I'm reading this? I'm thinking about it. And the ads didn't do their ad things, or ads are about to start. Okay. Can I don't know if there's a way to mute these guys. Okay. Well, what I'll do instead then is, while we continue to read this, I will go, actually, no, we can't do that, can we? We gotta do the ads now. Okay. We still have some time to read this. So Survivorship Day, it's you against the world now. And hi, and was it Encia, I believe, or Anicia? Welcome to stream. Welcome back. We have Judgment Day, which is you stand trial. We'll continue reading this. The ads should be running, so let's see. Minimum viable product, movement system, prototype of the environment interaction, a prototype area containing a puzzle to interact with, and 2 NPCs and a quest. A bare prototype for each test with a prototype for its rival. Yeah, rival is the AI. And let's see, a fight that is secluded location with a static enemy. A numerical value based on Judgment Day. Okay, we will continue reading this. We'll go ahead and run the ads. We have about 5 minutes left of looking at this since I want to make sure everyone gets appropriate time. So 20 minutes per. Let me go ahead and where are we at? Let me get this guy here. Oh, hold on. I'm telling you, I have too many tabs. Let me go ahead and make a duplicate. That should work, I believe. And then I should go ahead and just do this guy. All right. So as the ads are running, give me your feel. How many, from this game here, from looking at this GDD, what do you feel? You can go ahead and rate this guy out of 5. Let me go ahead and pin this if the moderators could, as you play. I think that's the word, right? If you please. I think, French? I think. Weren't you French, or aren't you French, I think, Anicia, I think? And I was afraid this would lack clarity if I write a little too little. I made it. We will get to that, Jack. I will go ahead and run the ads. While the ads are running, we'll go ahead and have people vote it up. So you can vote on how you think when you're looking at this guy, keep in mind now, however you judge it, I tend to try to look at these guys. So you can think, okay, clarity, practicality, creativity, theme, mood, how you're feeling about it. So go ahead and do that vote there. We'll run the ads, and then once the ads are over, we will have the audience vote. Saying that, let me go ahead and show the results of these guys here while we're waiting, all right? So let's see, if I go ahead and make this guy, it should be shown now. Oh, there we are, there we go. And then this guy here should be visible. Oh, there we are, lovely, okay. I'll go ahead and shrink this guy to about here. Is that visible enough for you? And we'll put it underneath me for now. So we'll go ahead and just, I'm visible. Lovely. And so chat, have you been? And I ain't voting every time I've tried. It would be pretty much lag out in Twitch. That's unfortunate. I thought maybe using an external website would be a little bit better in order to help with voting, but it's a new thing. I tried doing votes through Twitch before, and people have said mobile is a little bit harder to do. So trying different things, seeing how it feels. And you should definitely do a story-heavy game. It looks like you want to write a lot. Yeah, I agree. Oh, Sensha, right? From YouTube, they're saying, I think the story could be really fun. I think it has a lot of potential. I'm concerned about the scope. That's what I'm feeling right now, but we haven't read well, I don't know if we'll be able to read the whole thing in the next 5 minutes out of 20, but we'll see. And well, that's a bit unexpected. Interesting. Do you mean the current poll at the moment, or the feedback at the very least? And while the ads are doing their ad thing, let me get some water. More water. All the water. It's just perfect. My online friends call me that too. Lovely. Okay. And may you check this. Oh yeah. Thank you for that one, Lusk. Oh, that would be cheating. Hold on. Ignore what you saw, Lusk. Close your eyes. You saw nothing. just stay quiet about that, why don't ya? I think I can just really quickly. This is what I get for being forgetful. And yes, you're right about the scope. Yeah. And what happened? Right now we're taking an ad break, so people are voting on how they feel about this current game design document. And saying that, let me go ahead and where are we at? Edit. Oh, it didn't do the thing. I think that's right. Yep. Okay. There we are. We're all good to go. Thanks a lot for that one, Lusk. Your sacrifice was honorable. Let me get water, like I was saying. Tasty. Okay, we're all good to go. Is there anything I'm missing? I don't think so. Like I said before, consider voting if you want or not. That the audience rating is just at the end. So if you think this did good or did bad, it's up to you to decide, as it does matter a little bit in the grading rubric, but again, this is for fun. If the people are just, and anyone in general, at the end of the day, your GDD should make sense to you. If you're in a team, then it should make sense to your team, but just like as game devs, when you're programming games, if your coding makes sense to you, that's what matters. If it makes sense to you 3 months later, I think that's what's important. So, you know, looking at other people from the outside, I know a lot of people have spaghetti code, but as long as it makes sense, I think that's important. I don't like having spaghetti code for me though. And I summon the Luminette? Huh? Confused with that one. And it's gonna get worse, I think. We'll see, Jack. But ooh, we have a bit of a tiebreaker. They're all 50, 50, 50, or not 50, 50, 50, 33, 33, 33. I was never good at percentages. Let's see here. Yeah, we have 3, 5. Oh, there we go. They got 5. Lovely. Okay, it's gonna be. Oh, never mind. Is it 33 again? It's possible to get one more vote. If not, I will do a 50-50 roll. And I could change this, you could. Average is 3 and 5, so 4 though. The average right now it's between 3 and 4. I just might have to flip a coin. Take the other of the score, but if we can get one more, I'll sip water, but if not, we'll flip a coin. have the coin compared to the audience feel. Alrighty, there's no other one, so that means coin flip. Heads or tails, and let's settle this with a fist fight. This is what we'll do. Check, and glad there are no mathematics, and don't push her to do more math. We are not calculating the average. Check, heads or tails. Heads or tails. There we go. If it lands on the 1, we'll go for the higher one. That's how we'll do it. Heads, alright. If it lands on heads, you get a 4. If it lands on tails, you'll get a 3. I should be able to do this guy here. Can you see it? Is it visible? I think I have to do this guy here and then this guy here. Okay, there we go. You should be able to see the coin flip to be. Flip a coin, right? Oh, hold on. Yep, it's flipping. You can see it. Alright, heads it is. You get a 4. As you can see, very, very serious scoring here. Lovely. Alrighty, I'll go ahead and undo those small merges. That should work. Lovely. Okay, so that is a 4. Alright, let's continue reading then. Let me go ahead and put this guy down here. I can go ahead and put the audience guy down here. Well, I'm glad it worked out. Let's go ahead and copy this guy and go ahead and paste this guy here. Democracy wins again. What do you mean? I feel like that was a little bit more on the gambling side of things. Unintentionally. Yeah, see? Oh boy. I didn't mean to, I assure you. Alrighty, we got 5 more minutes to look at this guy. Let's take a gander, why don't we? It was settling a dispute the old City-like way. Let me go ahead and enable this guy here. So 5 minutes left. Let me make this guy a little bit smaller. All right, now where were we invading? Let us get back to here. All right, let's see. It's not gambling if it's fun. We don't talk about that incident. And why did you make a voice for? It was originally 50K. As some people have high standards, but I do need to redo the prices. Hold on, I'll just use this for that. Channel points after the stream will be reconsidered. They were eventually that because I enabled channel points, but I didn't have anything for people to redeem it to. So a lot of people just got rich off of channel points. So if I enabled the 10,000, then people would redeem it like crazy. So I upped the prices, I hiked them up. Now that people haven't been redeeming as crazy as before, I can hike them back down, but I will deal with that after stream. But thank you for pointing that out. Yep. All right, now where were we? I'm still rich, yeah. I know some people have saved their money. You know what? I applaud you. I can't see nothing against it. Once the prices go down, I'm gonna feel it, but I at least got some of you to do some redeems. I can say that. I got some of you. Now let's see. Okay, so 100th day, we are on Survivor's Day. The time has come for the chapter's final test. The town is attacked by mysterious forces like yesterday, this time by 2 monstrous creatures, those being you and the rival creature once again enchanted by 4-Leaf's magic. With the law keepers gone, the citizens have no choice but to form groups and attempt to hunt down the threats. There may seem like there's only one objective, survival. But at this point, you should be well familiar with the chapter's environments. So use that to your advantage and hide and escape from the groups of wrathful peace defenders you normally call your fans. However, once again, you will not be alone in your quest. The rival will also do the best they can to see another day. And they'll not treat you like an ally this time. Ooh. And it looks like a big stud. Got bigger fish to catch. Silly. Let's see. Another issue arises when the board starts to connect the dots. The missing lawman and a mysterious threat, both on the same day. Pay attention to the actions of you, the attacker, and the rival to later point out inconsistencies and false claims in people's testimonies to prove you're innocent and the opposite for your adversary. Okay, it's you against the world now. You're on your own. This test aims to prove your endurance and wits. You've come very far now, so don't waste this attempt and try your best to do these things to the best of your abilities. Survive the attacking hordes. The same rules of violence against the people still apply here. Avoid interacting with them, but confront some groups in the right circumstances. Pick your fights well and keep in the back of your mind the possibility to frame the rival. Your conflicts continue. Now the severity of your accusations against the rival is greater than ever. Prevent them from messing up your plans and alibis. Sneakily assist the town folks in their quest to bust the invading fright. Okay, And lastly, Judgment Day. Let's see. This is the chapter conclusion I explained in the goal section. You steam trial of 4 cases, 1 for each day. That makes more sense. I was wondering, I thought it was 5, but Judgment Day, 4 trials, last one Judgment Day. Makes a lot more sense. Okay, I did have that question. Convince this town's board that your rival is to blame for all the wrong that took place that very week. So far, that everything explained so far was the formula for the first 4 chapters, but things take a turn in the last chapter. Because in this one, you won't face a peer of yours, but rather the spirit itself, so all the tests will be altered to accumulate for that. Okay. The outlaw in the Lawsman days will have behavior more similar to the one of the monster hunters day. The outlaw in the Lawsman days will have behavior more similar to one of the monster in Hunter's day, because that also was 4-leaf. But the day will remain structurally the same, because he is, well, a ghost. 4-leaf wouldn't be able to act as a sheriff in Outlaw's day. The board, however, found a way to deal with the issue. They released all the previous rivals from prison in order to stop you. There are only going to be 2 present at the same time, so keep the slight differences in their behaviors in mind. Your rival, the board said you to and the bunny wizard too. If needed, you can skip chip some time off of mine. If needed, we'll see. But I ideally want to aim for 20 minutes per person to give, because as you can see, this one's super detailed. The other one wasn't, or other 2 weren't quite as. But I wanted to make sure this, regardless of the size, each was given their fair time. But I'm also wasting time. So the board solution had a massive flaw. Nothing was stopping the rivals from escaping, so now they're on the run, and it's your job to apprehend them. It's mostly similar to the original Hunter's Day, but your prey doesn't escape every time now, and you'll have to duel them to capture them and to have one less worry on your mission. In Survivor's Day, 4-leaf makes up for his absence in day 2 and goes out to hunt you down himself. No NPCs, no additional quests, no elaborate puzzles, just you and the vile spirit constantly on your trail. The one-on-one does not stop that day, because in the final Judgment Day, you won't face a trial in the courtroom, but in the form of a grand showdown against 4-leaf Man's Phantom. The trial's purpose being to test Dunstan's worth and how much he has learned from the test. Succeed and have the curse removed from Dustin and him being rightfully selected as the new sheriff, while the spirit retreats, waiting for the next subject of the curse. Okay. You stand trial. Not much left to say about it, so I'll just explain the optional quests I've spoken of earlier. First thing to mention is a resource provided by the Phantom, Charge Clover. It's essentially an additional help you can use doing things like showing the enemy's location, giving puzzle hints, boosting you in combat. A singular clover is one-time use, with you being given 4 of them for the entire chapter. Each day, however, 4-leaf will give you an optional quest, usually making you do some tasks, enabling you from doing something. Solving a puzzle with minimal help, think of Simon Says, hide, but it's not mandatory. Each quest you complete will reward you with an extra charge clover. You can only keep 8 of them at once, and the quest will not disappear if you reach the limit. Okay. Alright, we did it, and there is 10 seconds on the clock. Lovely. I'm glad we were able to read it. Again, thank you, Check, for taking the time to read through all of this. And what are you doing? Hi, Psychedelic Kid. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. We are currently, last week we talked about how to start making games by making a game design document, so you can think of this as the blueprints of your game. And right now we are going through, this entire week, I challenged Discord to make a game design document around the theme of stolen identity. So we have 5 people here who were able to submit a game design document, and we're spending today going through all of them to give a feel, see what they maybe thinks that could be improved, give a grade, give a feel, just look at them out. And we just finished looking at Chuck's for his game called 4-Leaf's Curse. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna see how you feel about this, if it is the different factors. Saying that, I can show you what factors I'm talking about. So if I go ahead and move this guy here, I go ahead and hide this timer here. Actually, do 10 more minutes since I did about 10 minutes for the other one. So we'll do 10 on this guy here for reviewing. And and I think you can tell I didn't watch last week's stream a lot. And that's A-okay. I will say this again, is something I truly do want to stress, but if this game design document works for you, that's what matters. Regardless of what score I give this, it is not a reflection of your thing. It is a reflection of how I feel about it. If this is a game design document that works for you, that's all that matters. It just needs to be clear to you. Saying that, go ahead and write on here, let's see. E-Z-E-K. Oh, that Z feels weird. C-Z-E-K. Alrighty. And the name was called, I believe, 4-Leafs, the 4-something curse. Let's see. Let me scroll back up here. It was called 4 Leaf Scares. I got it! Lovely! The name's memorable in that aspect. I am not good at names, so you know. That's good. 4 Leaves Curse. 4 F. I was about to do U. Oh! You! R. And is it a template? I'm not going to do anything today anyway. Yes, indeedy. Speaking of, let me go ahead and do this guy for those that are curious. Now, well, it was a game. What is it? Not well. I can't speak, can I? It was a game jam, but instead of a game jam, it was an idea jam. So the idea behind the game is that you had a certain amount of time to complete this template. So let's see. Where are we at? ERA.BOM. There we go. And then let's go ahead and do dev. That should work. Okay. If I go back in here really quickly, just so you can say, you can click this guy here and get this guy here. If you're wanting to make your own game design document, I have some resources here. The one that they worked on is the one I created myself. That's my GDD. And all it is just different things. I try to make it as small as possible. I have here just different aspects of games. So it's small. I think it gets the most important parts of the game down. So if you want to make it yourself, you can make a copy of this. What is it? Google Doc. And I also have some examples. That's what we did last week. We have some guys down here. We did this in 45 minutes. So again, not too big on these guys. And I like cool names. The name is cool. And oh, thank you. Thank you, Lesk. Let's see. I know I missed something. I'm hoping to try Pixel Art tonight. Have you ever used Liver Sprite? I need to at some point try out Liver Sprite. That's the free version of Sprite, the fork of Sprite. I do need to at one point. I've recommended it, but I've never tried it. And you can't really recommend something you haven't tried, can you? All right, saying that, let's go back into, was it Concepts? No, it was not Concepts. It was Obsidian. And I can't find any tutorials on Liver Sprite. Yeah, that was one of the reasons it's not high up on my recommendations, since there's Sprite's the biggest one, and then followed by a few more. But since Sprite is the one that is known for pixel art, it makes it really easy to do to find tutorials, which is really nice. Let's see. Was it 4 Clover's Curse? I believe CLOVER. 4 Clovers. Clovers. CURSE. 4 Clovers. 4 Clover's Curse. Let's see. Let me double check. That's the name? 4 Leaves Clurse. Clurse! I really can't spell today! 4 Leaves Clur. I did it again. 4 Leaf. LEAF. 4 Leaves. There we go. Thank you. Okay. 4 Leaves Curse. So when I'm thinking about these game design documents, this is the rubric I made up. I made this morning, so again, don't take it seriously. And just wanted to try the free version to see if I could do it first, and then there was gonna for Sprite. I have a B-Day party, so I'm doing it right now. Psychedelic Kitten. If you look on the, what is it? If you, there's a section on the website that talks about ways to get Sprite for free. There's also a tutorial I linked to, a video tutorial on how to get Sprite for free. So if you go through the troubles of it, there are ways to do it for free if you don't want to buy Sprite outright. But I do recommend buying it just to support it. But if you really want it, it is there. It is there for you to take. Okay, now where was I speaking? Let me go ahead and do this guy here. And you can, you can get it for free. There is a compiling tutorial I have on the link on there. So we're A-okay to go there. Now, clarity. Does the GDD explain the idea clearly? Now, I'm going to have to say, I might have to give it like a 2. For me at least, right? It's either going to be a 2 or 3. I might give it a 2, maybe a 3. I think it explains things, right? But I think it explains things too clearly. No worries, I'm being quiet. Lurk as much as you want, chat as much as you want. I'm thinking a low score for clarity, just because it's a lot. And that high, it is a lot. I appreciate the fact it's really detailed. And again, if that detailedness helps, right? This one here, I feel like this one before didn't have a lot of detail on, or no, it did have clarity. It had that feel, it was simple. This guy here has a lot going for it. And I think that's a great thing. But also it's a thing of, I got lost a lot, and the fact that it's not too clear, like I get the feel, right, of battling and having to go day by day and having different trials, and at the end there's Judgment Day, and you have to do different things and solve murder mysteries. These are great ideas, and the way he describes them is very enticing. However, I got lost. I got lost very quickly, so I'm gonna get the clarity to 2. The 2 is only there because you did your best to describe things, but I think you described it a little bit too much, and I got lost. And it's like Salem, but with a storyline. Yeah, I was critiquing the other one for not explaining the storyline, and I think I'm critiquing this one for having too much storyline. But I do like that it does have a storyline. It does explain it. Let's see. Practicality. Is the idea realistic for a small dev team? I'm going to give this a 1 out of 5. I think, realistically speaking, it is a very detailed game that's gonna take a lot of work. I don't think you could complete it in a few months. This might be a game that takes like half a year, so to speak. Is my feel I'm getting on it. As there's a lot going on here, right? Just to love it. And this is like, oh, I did read that. Good. Okay. If I click this guy, right? If we go back to here, taking a look at this, you have different things in here. I like how it's sectioned off into different areas. I think that's because it's mixing a lot of things. Yeah, each day feels like it plays differently, right? Day 1, someone's attacking you. Yeah, truth be told, I missed the small part. Again, let's say okay. I only gave the 0 that one time because it missed the mark completely. Which is a-okay. This day 1, they take your identity. Day 2, you take their identity. Day 3, you go on a mission with your rival. Day 4, you do your own thing. You're on your own. Day 5, final fall. And if you could, one way we would try to see about making this easier to understand is, can you explain it in a few sentences? I'm one person who likes to have a lot of detail, so I understand less. I think it would help though, just as a feel thing, to have it be a few sentences. If you can, even make it 1 sentence. Like I really like here how you have these guys. It's you against the world now. Now this isn't descriptive, but I like that it kind of gives more of a summary. For example, a 2-man mission with only 1 coming on top. This is easier to understand than all of this. And it is also more intriguing, but I also like how you have all of this because it explains the idea behind it. Once again, why I appreciate the detailedness, but I got lost. Let's see. Let me go ahead and pull this guy back up. Now, creativity. Does the game idea feel unique, fun, or memorable? I think it is a very intriguing idea. Again, I'm not very much one for Western-y murder mystery. I'm going to give this guy, the creativity, a 4 out of 5. I think it's really creative. Now, I think depending on how the story goes, how it's conveyed, it's gonna be a toss-up for being memorable. It's gonna depend on the story, and I think that's another reason why it's not. The practicality is gonna depend on the script of the story. You talked about before the quests and side quests and optional side quests. That's a lot too, right?
Six Syllabum is now
And
following.
Thank you. Six Syllabur? That's an interesting name. Six Syllabur, thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. So that's why I give it a 4 out of 5 in the sense of, I like the creativity. I think it's unique. I think under certain circumstances it could be fun. Memorable, I'm not quite too sure. I'm not 100%, that's why it's not a 5. And greetings. Now, theme and mood. How well does it incorporate the theme? Is there a clear aesthetic? I think, it's a mix between 5 and 4, and she aims to stream every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yep. And the topics of the stream are announced in the middle of the week. Yep. Thank you. And let me get this right. Their streams are weekly, right? I'm so sorry. You know what? I need to have a link to the schedule. Lusk, if you wouldn't mind linking the schedule on the website, like it should be like a aircesar.com/schedule or something like that, if you wouldn't mind. We need to have like an exclamation schedule. That would be very handy. I'll do that tomorrow. If you could possibly, if one of the moderators could remind me. Now, where were we? Theme. I think you take the theme of stolen identity and you twist it. Like if it was a rag, you were draining that idea dry. And I think you did a great job in that aspect. You're doing different things, taking different takes on stolen identity. So I think it does feel right. And the Judgment Day for the first 4 chapters is explained in the first sentence. The rest is explained in the last chapters and how the loop changes. Let me double check this guy here. Let's see. Let's go back here. Where are we at? in the hook unit. And thank you, Lusk. Let's see. All right. Play as aspiring lawman fighting against his peers to upkeep his reputation and become the town's sheriff, a position that has been thoroughly cursed. And Hook, a spirit of a once beloved sheriff that faces his demise after losing his former glory, followed by the masses for Leaf, derived from the name Clover. Yep. Oh, Judgment Day section. Hold on. Let's go down here. Do you mean here or here? Which one are you saying? And oh yeah, welcome by the way. Let's see. You stand trial, one for each day. So far, everything explained was the formula for the first 4 chapters, but things take a turn in the last chapter because this is the one you won't face. You won't face a peer of yours, but rather 4-leaf spirit itself, the big one. I see, this big one then. Got ya. So all the tests will be altered to accumulate for that. The Outlaws, the Lawman's Day. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I do like the idea of each day being different. I think that's interesting. But my worry is that they're so different in a way that it's gonna make it hard to do. And sorry, I'm back. And I've noticed you incorporated creativity in the readings. How do you factor that, if I may ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. I try to describe the creativity feel as, does this game feel unique, fun, or memorable? This is definitely going to be opinionated. And for me at least, it's the thing of, would I find this idea fun? Does this sound fun? Does it sound unique? Have I heard of this idea before? Do I think if I played this game, would it be memorable? That's the feel I'm getting. How impactful? Does it sound like it'd be great? And I think this could be a great idea. The 5 out of 5 is the 100%, no doubt about it. 4 out of 5, I feel like I've given a 4 out of 5 for all of these. I think, let's see, that one, 2 out of 5, this one, 4 out of 5, and oh, okay, yeah. 4 out of 5. None have reached that might be my default, as none has really hit me, but this is a really good idea. I do think so. And let me slide this over. Now, theme/mood. I think for this guy, we could give it 5 out of 5. I think it has the theme of stolen identity, and it twists in so many ways. I think it works. And I see, it's the fun rating button. Just about, yeah. How interested are you? And the audience rating at the end, or depending on the time of the stream, you all get to rate it. So that's what that guy's there. Clarity, we just go bit by bit. But I think overall, I'm actually not sure the number of points. You know what? We never got the calculation of math, so you know what? We're just gonna, And then I'm gonna do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Hold on. 25. And then that's, this is 10 out of 25. Yep, okay. This guy here, this is 25. This is 5, 10, 15, and this is 8, 15 plus 8. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that! 15 plus 8, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 3, right? So that's 23, I think. If I did quick maths right, I think that's 23 out of 25, I think. Possibly 23. That's my guess. Don't quote me on this. Well, then this is times 4. That should help. And there are 5 chapters, each of them. Oh, wait. So is chapter 1, hold on, hold your horses. Is chapter 1, where are we at? This guy here? Chapter 1, so, like, Survivor's Day, is this 4 days, or is this 1 chapter? Or this is 1 day? Because this is a chapter, right? And it says day. There are 5 chapters, each of them has, oh, yeah, that's a lot. For the chapters 1 to 4, it's the same gameplay loop. Okay, and last chapter is different, so it wasn't very explained separately. It was very explained separately. Got ya. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. I got ya. And this would be epic as a book or comic or something. Yeah, I feel like the story's interesting. I feel the pull. That's 10. That is 23. And then this guy here, it is 5. That's 5. That's 10. And then 4, 4, 2, 10, 16. 16 out of 25. 16 out of 25. There you go, 25. Yeah. I think this is the sort of thing where I'd have to look into it. Yeah, look into a little bit more. 16 out of 25. Okay, lovely. Alrighty, let's go into the next person now. Thank you for your submission, check. Let's go ahead and let's hide this guy here. I believe Lusk is up next. So let me go ahead and do, where are we at? It does not let me see. Let me see, what are we doing here? I am looking at this guy here. It is, oh, no, never mind. It's this guy here. Yep, Lusk is up next. So let me go ahead and do Bash. I think you have, how many icons do you have, Lusk? Well, turn down one more. L-U-S-K-T-H-E-S-H. 4. There you go. That should work, I think. everyone who participated, just participating enough. That's 5 people, but 5 people is more than enough. So anyone who participated got a little VIP star is my thanks, since there's no real reward I can give out. So thanks for trying. You weren't last? No, there's 5 people in total. An icon? Oh, interesting. It didn't give you 3. It only gave you 2, or it upgraded your sword. Interesting one. Interesting. Alrighty, let me go ahead and where are we at? Obsidian. Let me go ahead and move this time back to 20. Mine messed up, so I was last. Yeah. That is a true shame, I say. So 20, reset. Alrighty, and thanks for trying your best to understand the chaos. Thank you for submitting the chaos. I think seeing all these submissions, I like the range and variety of people. It's very fun. Let's see. Let's go ahead and click on Lusk. Alrighty. Lusk. Game dev in the area, or is the area where all my interests combine, and what I go to college for. I can do and have great eye for the arts, and my strongest feat is programming, as I have tech school and worked as a developer. Okay, little experience, and I give less. 1,000 stars. 1 billion. 1,000 million trillion. Let's see. Title, Counter Control. Interesting. Okay. Pitch. The assassin's masked ball has gone rogue by an evil force. Masked ball. Okay. I thought baseball for a second. I was confused for a second. Let's see. Oh, I did read that. Good. Okay. The host must take control of the guests to end all the chaos. Okay. All right. All the icons are now mine. Oh boy, let's see. Hook. The appeal of the theme, Masked Ball, allows for an interesting story. Yeah. Visuals and character design, and the mechanic of controlling enemies and using their attacks and power. Okay, alright, so some sort of mind control feel. Viego. Okay, I just read this in my mind. That's the only thing I paid attention to. Vampire Survivors. Okay, League of Legends and the Fleshmancer Alkalites from Sea of Stars. Okay, I think I've heard about these guys before, but taking over possession. Okay, alright. And I did a GDD a few years ago, but it's too technically compared to those here. So it's interesting to see how other people did GDD. I'm glad, and yeah, I've done a few. Actually, this whole guy here is supposed to be my GDD. It's meant to be a guy we fill up, so if we have some time at the end of stream, I'll do a little bit of refactoring for my game. But the idea is that this whole obsidian guy, this whole obsidian folder, is supposed to be my GDD. It has different factors, different values. So you can see here, I think we're on, go like to, let's see, objects, for example. I have dishes in my game, so I have some code on the dishes, and then I have flavor types, so that's my GDD. It's detailed, very detailed, because as my game gets bigger, it's going to get bigger. So that's why I have it a lot different than what you see on screen here. But this one sheet or one Google design document is meant to be, and I'm speaking as the timer is going down, that's fine. It's meant to be a thing that I can have through the months. The one single sheet or one single PDF design is for something, something short and simple. Get your ideas down on the board. That's what it's supposed to be. At least you remembered the theme. Oh boy. And you're not wait, can you not be you're not, it's interesting. Hold on. Can I go up this thing? How interesting. Can I do, hold on. Does that work? Can I do this? Does that, well then, that is good to know. Hold on, let me copy this guy here. I should be able to do slash, so you don't get a VIP badge. The moderators do not. Interesting. Got your Gaia. All right, now where were we? Great. Look, we had inspiration, right? And platform PC. All right, software Godot, Aspart, and Beatbox. Alrighty, survivors like, yeah, from the Vampire Survivors, that makes sense. All right, so setting, a mansion where mysterious and refined masked ball was taking place. The main color scheme is dark around the colors red, black, and golden, and the vibe is eerie. I'm intrigued. Teenagers and young adults, okay. The goal is to go as far as possible into each run to unlock upgrades and defeat the main boss. Okay. Average player experience, defeat enemies, collect XP, upgrade skills, unlock upgrades. MVP, movement, attacking, spawn enemies, take control of enemies, and use a different attack while doing so and dying. Okay, alrighty. Interesting one, I can't say that. Okay, I got the feel of it. Let's go through it, shall we? Let me go ahead and, now, counter control, that's an interesting one. I thought it was gonna be about clocks and time. But I will, again, smidge biased here. I like the idea of a masquerade ball. I do like that setting. what you're about to see. The grading is not going to be biased. You'll be fine. So let's see here. I'll go ahead and copy this guy here. And I'll go ahead and move this guy, move that guy over here. I'll go ahead and move this guy up here. And then, yes, I've done my reading. I'm being targeted. Alrighty, let's see. It is Lusk, L-U-S-K, Lusk. And then it was called Counter Control, I believe. C-O-O-U-U-N-P-E-R. C-O-N-T-R-O-L. There we go. Lovely. Okay, Counter Control. Let's go through these, shall we? Clarity. Does the GDD explain the game idea clearly? Now, I understand the idea, but actually, let me double check. Compared to the first one, because that was the first feel. Now I've had a feel for all of these. This guy here, you know what? I'd say it does. Yeah, and you heard it here, kids. You should gamble and research the jury. No gambling here, I assure you. There's no, no. The clarity, I'll give a 5 out of 5. The idea is explained clearly. However, I'm actually going to think, how do you get icons? Some of those are membership, membership icons. So like giving subscriptions for, I think, Twitch. And then that's what the first is. And I think also no gambling. Yeah, no. None here, sure. I may have once or twice, but it's not encouraged. But the icons are for different things, I believe. I'm still not too knowing of Twitch, but I'm actually going to clarity. The clarity of this guy, I would be, and I gotta get out of here then. I say a gambling enjoyer, do we have? All right, clarity. I would like to hear a little bit more about the game. I think it's just light enough to be intriguing. So I think, yeah, a mix between a 5 and a 4 again. But I think overall, clarity, yeah, it's clear. It is a clear idea of being a, vampire survival. It's like that feel in the Survivor's like, you see as how long can you survive for, which is an interesting one. When it's written here, the host must take control of the guest to end all the chaos. Usually, or not usually actually, I've never beaten Vampire Survivors. I don't even know if there is a way to beat it, but it's usually endless. So when I think this and the dying part there, I'm thinking, is it survive the night of the ball, or that's what I'm questioning. But a mansion with a refined mask, I can also say I am a little confused on how the mechanics would work, just a smidge. I like the idea of the ball thing, right? It makes sense. And again, games don't have to make sense. You don't have to have a story that makes sense. You don't have to have game mechanics that make sense. Some games, some of the best games are very abstract and they don't have a theme or something that correlates them, and somehow it works. So it doesn't have to be. These are just life feels. And Beatbox looks interesting. Bookmarked. Yeah. On, what is it? Where are we at? Lusk, if you could send the link to the music getting started on YouTube, that would be lovely. Let's see, I shall not explain further as it may affect the jury's decision. If it's not on here, I know Chuck explained earlier, but it was explaining everything that was on here. Yeah, and now if anything, it goes outside of these guys. So I think, yeah, we'll give it a, yeah, I feel like this could be fun. I'm just not sure how this could be implemented. Now, the MVP is supposed to be how it is implemented, but the setting's supposed to be a ball. And for survivors and things of that nature, right? The idea is that you walk around this huge map. And let me hide this guy here, or show this guy, I mean. The idea is that you're in this big map here, like this, and you're just a little guy. And the idea is that you just survive. This is as big as the map gets, and you go around. So I'm thinking, because you said ball, is it a thing of is this the house setting? Is this the ballroom? What is this? This is the house flooring plan of the gala area? Is that what the map is? That's the part I'm a little bit confused on, but again, gala idea is interesting. Let's see. Hide this guy here. What else do we have? Gonna do Infinite Mansion. Yeah, again, Infinite Mansion could be a thing. I'm trying to make sense of something. Sometimes it does not make sense. And as an example, a very popular game with no story, Rhythm Heaven. Yeah, Rhythm Heaven. Wait, does it? I feel like it, no, it doesn't. It's just a lot of mini games put together. So let's see. Yeah, Infinite Mansion could be a thing. Saying that though, if it is an infinite mansion, is that practical? Oh, you can't see it. If it is an infinite mansion, is that quite practical, I ask you? I don't know. Practically, yeah, practically speaking, I'm not too sure, but this guy seems very small. I feel like a lot of the creativity is going to be from, or practicality, I was joking, you can go with the feels. I mean, like I said, I usually try to make sense of stuff. Sometimes there is no making sense of it. And that's something I have to get better at doing. Sometimes it just is. It is what it is. That's an important skill. I will go here though, idealistic. I think it's practical, I do. I think having it small, I think the scope's small enough that you could get away with having a lot of things. Now, I'm not sure how the practicality in terms of taking over people would work, but that's your main mechanic, right? It would be taking control of enemies. I feel like that's going to be your hardest part of your game. Everything else will be easy. Attacking, moving, spawning, dying. This part here is going to take the longest amount of time with your game. So I think overall, yeah, there's one point you have to work on. That's the point, so it makes it easy to do. That's the main mechanic, and that is the feel. Once you have abilities to take over the enemies, everything else comes afterwards. But once you do that, an infinity is probably easier than making 100 rooms. Yeah, and okay, for this one, I have an explanation. Alrighty, Bossta. Sure, I suppose. Now, creativity. Does this game feel unique, fun, or memorable? I think it's unique. I do. And you could procedurally generate like Minecraft. Yeah, procedurally generation. That's what I'm thinking for infinite. But I think it would also come down to, and also you can't see, oh no. I think it would come down to, do you already have these skills? Or do you have to learn how procedural generation works? If my memory serves me, which it probably doesn't, I believe procedure generation is hard. However, as Anicia says, it is easier than people think. So again, it's that thing of, it's probably easier than you think. I am not against saying that. From what I remember people complaining about it, but sometimes things are easier for some people than other people. And I'm sure there's some people who can pick it right up and like, this is easy. And then there's other people who it takes a few months to figure it out. It depends on how complex you want to make it. That's a very good point too as well, Cincha. Let's see, was it Cincha? Yeah. And I'll see it after you get the notes. Yep, okay. Let's see, creativity. I think this could be a fun game. I like the idea of possession and theme and mood. I think it 100% has the stolen identity feel. So we'll go 5 out of 5 as stolen identity, stealing people's identities. Now, does the game idea feel unique, fun, or memorable? I like the idea of taking over people. However, I'm just not sure. The plausibility is what I'm not too sure about. So I'm gonna do 3. As I feel like the logistics of the game, as in, when you mind control people, right? When you're taking over people, is it full-on possession, like you're a ghost? Or is it, you're off to the side and then you've got some enemies on, well, hold on, let me make this a little bit bigger. Undo. Enemies, this guy here, and then you take the mind control of this guy, and now these guys attack these guys that are coming for you like this, and they'll do their flame, and then their whoosh, and their fire, and then these guys get deleted. How does it work? That's what I'm not too sure about. Now, saying all of that, I think that's my scores. Theme and mood, yeah, it does fit the theme and mood. Not sure about the, yeah, I feel like it could be fun. I'm just not sure about that part there. Yeah, it'd be fun. I do think so. And I did read that. Lovely. Okay, now, saying that, let's go ahead and do the audience rating. So, well, from what you've heard of Counter Control and using your own system or maybe this system, if you were to give this a 1 through 5, what would you rate it? This is my grading, so you could use your own 1 to 5. But for the last one here, you get to decide what you think it is worth in its coins. Let's go ahead and grade this guy here. And I should be able to copy this guy here. And shall I play my case in the meanwhile? Trying to please your case to the masses. You know what? Wait until after the voting. Just so that I don't think that anyone else did try to plead their case. Just to be on the safe side. So we'll go ahead and replace that guy there. And oh, actually, I didn't do the straw poll correctly there. But yeah, we'll go ahead and hide this guy. While people are voting, we'll go ahead and run the ads just so it doesn't interrupt us. And I'll put away the guillotine for now. I can hear it sharpening. And hi, Blink Sign. Welcome to stream. Welcome. And I don't see an option that says million. Do you see the link, the pin link, PD? You should be able to click there. The pin link up there should be how you vote. Let me go ahead and do this guy. Where are we at? I'm trying to pull it up on screen. So it's not working out well, I can say that. Yep, there we go, lovely. Okay, there you go. That's the live voting results there. We'll go ahead and run the ad break, that way we won't get interrupted for the next one. And once the ad break is up, the voting will be up. So if you'd like to vote on this GDD, how you feel about it, consider clicking the pinned link in either YouTube or Twitch. I thought this might be a better way to do voting since I've done voting before. I thought it'd be easier in terms of everyone gets to vote on the spot, and I also thought the live voting was neat since some people also complained about the, what is the word I'm looking for? Some people complained about the not being able to do on mobile. So I was hoping this might fix the mobiling. So let me do that there. There you go, lovely. And that guy will do that, so I'll get some water. And I did read that, good. And I don't see, I don't see, no, I did see that, lovely. The aw is supposed to be a sweet aw. I thought it was a disappointed aw, but we're all good. Okay, I'll get some water. Tasty. Okay, and okay, I keep saying okay, don't I? I thought I missed something, but we're all good to go. And ads over? Interesting. Sometimes it's a lot of ads for some people. Sometimes it's a few ads, but it says about 2 minutes left, so I won't continue the topic. I'll just look at the score guide. But once that 1 minute hits, then you can start to explain less, since you'll need some time to write, I assume. We have 3 minutes on the clock here. Overall though, I hope you all are enjoying this. I've never done this before, but I like trying a lot of new things. And I got one 15-second. Ooh, okay, that's interesting. Usually I get 2 minute ones. Sometimes I feel like it's 5 minutes. I'm gonna dig in your graph to help you understand my vision of my project. Sure, Jack, sure. I will look at it once we go over the last submission. We can go back and check at it before. That way we just make sure we stay organized, and me too. Yeah, I'm used to getting really long ads. That's a pain when it comes to Twitch at least, which is why I think there's a place for YouTube and Twitch. Maybe Twitch, I feel like, well, you can only watch it live on Twitch, can't you? YouTube is a thing. I like how you can pause and go back. That's one of my favorite features. But I think it worked out in the end. Let me go ahead and move this guy back here. Yeah, and you know what's surprising? It's 3:43 for me right now. I end stream at 5, so we have about an hour and 20 minutes left. And I can say I am surprised that it's taken this long to get through all of these guys. I was worried we would have a lot of time left to, what is it? Yeah, I was worried we have a lot of time left and it would be like 3 hours or something. But surprisingly, 5 people fills up a lot of time, which is great. And whatever time we have left, we might just continue the topic of game design documents, maybe, but depends. I have my game pulled up, so again, we can, well, that's the thing too, right? When you get started on refactoring, you get so many topics, and you can go back on Twitch, it's just a bit more convoluted. Interesting. Huh, I did not know that. I don't know if you could tell, but I don't use Twitch very often. Lux, if you'd like, you can go ahead and post your explanation if you'd like. Now, it doesn't change the voting, but you can explain. And since the ads are over, we are back from our ad break, which means the vote is 4 stars. 4 stars for the audience rating. Lovely. And I've made a similar game before where you attack changes depending on what hat you're wearing. I forgot to share it on the server, but we'll do eventually. Ooh, how lovely. I'd love to see it. Your attack changes depending on the hat. Interesting. That does sound fun. Changing hats. Isn't that like Mario, right? Wait, what was that one? Mario in the city with the hat, right? Mario could mind control like a T-Rex or something, right? That was the game? I forget the one, right? Sounds like Kirby, kind of sorta. Mario Odyssey, yeah. Is that the feel you were going for, Lust? I haven't played the game before, but I remember seeing it. And Mario controls creatures with a hat. He mind controls them. Let me see if I can pull it up. Mario O-D-D-S-Y. Mario Odyssey. I definitely didn't spell it right. And I also give it a 4 though because it felt it was too simple. Interesting. Yeah, Mario Odyssey. Copy this guy here. You could mind control creatures, and that was the feel of the game. Copy image. The hat controlled different things, and people got confused on what exactly were the bounds of mind controlling. And I felt those vibes for a while. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't see it until now, until the hat was involved. So that's an interesting one. I feel like that would be, maybe you could toss out an object to put on the person, but Viego and the crown, that sounds the feel, but 4 out of 5. All right. 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. Okay. And that would be 10, 15, no hats involved in the game though. Yeah, That's the pizzazz. Let's see, 10, 15, that's 7, right? 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 plus 5 is 12, so 22, I think is the number I'm looking for. Is that another elaboration? Yeah, it's 22, right? I'm thinking the number's 22 out of 5, right? Yeah, I think possibly. I think 20, 25, possibly. Okay, yeah. And like I said, I will check your explanation more once we finish the next person. That way, we make sure we have, well, I'm certain we'll have time, but I just want to make sure we go through each before going back over any topics. But thank you for adding some clarification. Meow. What was the meow for, PD? Let's go ahead and hide this guy here. Concepts be gone. And timer on. And quick question, sure. And if you don't want to answer, what note-taking software are you using? It looks nice. Thank you. And I have become a cat. How silly. It is concepts, like the idea. Where are we at? I think I showed in the 2D. Let me double check. The, where are we at? Do I show it in the game design document? I do. Lovely. Here you go. I use one called concepts. And actually, hold on. I can do this too. Concepts, like the idea, and hi Mnemonic, welcome back to stream. This is the one I use. It's $5 a month, or you can buy it one time for $40. This guy here, I like it. I also have it on my iPad as well. I think it's enjoyable. It feels very pencily, but if you don't want to spend $5 or $40, there is an alternate version called a Scallydraw. I have enjoyed this one as well. You can also put it on Obsidian. That was this program. Hold your horses. This program, this guy here is Obsidian. Obsidian also has an Scallydraw built into it, which is really nice. And again, Obsidian's free. All of these plugins I have and all of these things are free. No purchase necessary. If I go into, I believe, my ideas, is this somewhere here? Hold on, I think it's in management. Ideas, this guy, see? And it lets you do little guys here. You can draw around here, and it's a little drawing board. So anytime someone in chat has suggested an idea from a game, I put it up here so I don't forget it, which is, I think, really fun. And if we go back into this guy, so Scallydraw also allows you to do it on the browser, so you don't have to download anything. That's this guy here. And there you go, Scallydraw. You can draw, you can make a board sheet. I think it's neat. I just use concepts since I like the feel of it a lot more. There's some features in the Scallydraw that I don't enjoy, but if it works, it works. But again, welcome Mnemonic, and I hope that answered your question. Oh, hold on. A blank sign. There you go. Did I say welcome to you as well? I don't know if I remembered. And yeah, and the dying was important because it was an important measure fun versus difficulty. Dying does seem to sometimes be a measurement of difficulty. How silly. Let's see. Let's go back into where are we at? Obsidian. Lovely. Okay. And let me do this guy here. And yeah, good. Sometimes I remember, but then, sometimes I don't. So it never hurts to say hello twice. Oh boy, let's see. I'll go ahead and hide the timer. This is our last submission by another one of our moderators. Yeah. Let's see. Just got my... what does that mean? I know it's a degree, right? Associate's degree? Maybe that's what the AS means. In animation and game dev. Made little levels for games here and there. Okay. All right, speaking of time. Let's see. Title, Throne of Time. I see what you got with time. Throne of Time. A king's throne is stolen by dark magic and must reclaim it in the past. Ooh, okay. All right, going through the past. Time, Throne of Time. Interesting. Look, kill animations that have you do quick time events at a certain threshold of health to kill off an enemy. Kill animations that have you do a quick time event at a certain threshold of health to kill off an enemy. Kill off playable characters to keep going and gain more powerful abilities. Okay. Interesting. Kill animations that have you do quick time events at a certain threshold. Okay. Okay. I think I get it. Kinda, sorta. Right, when enemies are about to die, you have to do a quick time event to get super cool animations. Okay. And kill off playable characters to keep going and gain more powerful abilities. Seems like more of a story-based game, possibly? Inspirations. Clear Obscure Expedition 33. I have heard that name before. And Doom. It's interesting we have Doom appear twice, isn't it? And, oh, we did see that. Lovely. Alright. PC and console. Okay. Blender. Ooh. That's the first time. An Unreal. Interesting. You're not a Godot like the rest of us. How dare you? But it's always nice to see other people who do other engines appear here in Lent. So welcome all the same. I guess if I have to. I'll be curious to see if any Unity people show up. I don't think it's usually probably Unreal that shows up. But say about Unity. Are there any Unity people in here? Totally not outing you so we can know who to ban. Let's see. Genre, action, RPG, adventure. Okay. Setting, a fantasy. Blender's great. Oh yeah. At some point, oh yeah. Don't you know? At some point, I'd love to do a stream of me learning Blender. That is on the to-do list. I tried it before once to try to learn it, as you can do pixel art in Blender. So eventually, we will get to there, and I'd love to do a 3D game for maybe like a game jam of some sort. So the time will come, but for right now, I'm still learning the bare basics, so we'll stick to 2D for now. So let's see. Young middle-aged males. Interesting. A fantasy kingdom. Okay. Reclaim the throne. Okay. Explore, fight, level up, get rewards, create builds with characters. MVP. Move, jump, attack, and interact. Okay. Interesting. Explore, fight, level up, get rewards, create builds with characters. Reclaim your throne. Move, jump, attack, and interact. Level up, get rewards. Create builds with characters. Yeah, so this create builds with characters. You did mention that earlier. The, where are we at? Kill off playable characters. I think the GDD doesn't explain very much. Yeah, I think this it feels like, right? Too much? Too little. This is, I'm a little confused. Here it's mentioned there's playable characters to keep going and gain power and abilities. And it's also mentioned here, the playable characters. I am a little confused though on where the playable characters come into play when a king's throne is stolen by dark magic and must reclaim it in the past. So are you playing the king? Are you playing the people who are trying to steal the throne? I'm a little lost when it comes to this. Now, maybe this inspiration can explain it just a smidge. I will copy this and Google this, perhaps perchance. Let's see. Is a turn-based role-playing game. Turn-based. Interesting. See any images here? No. This is detailed, but I assume it wouldn't be too detailed. And I'm guessing the QuickTime event might be... Okay. I kind of get it, kind of not. I am a little lost. Just a smidge. So let's take a look. I'll go ahead and hide this guy here. And I think I get it. You create characters and then kill them off to gain benefits? Is it? Hold on. Hold your horses. Does it say anything about creating off playable characters? I assumed, well no, actually no, I have no, I'm a little lost. Create characters? If you do create characters, then I would think character creation would be in the MVP, right? Where do playable characters? Is it turn-based? It is a action RPG, an adventure game, so there's no turn-based in here. And yeah, that makes sense with the stolen identity. Yeah, okay. Let me go ahead and go back into concepts here. We can go ahead and see. Now that's a really long name to write out. And you have a team of characters you created? That's what I'm not sure about. And it's lacking a little bit of clarity in that sense. And just so I don't have to worry about getting that name wrong, we're just gonna... Don't mind me. We'll just do this here instead of writing it. I'm worried about getting it wrong with all the... That's a lot. So we'll do that there. Lovely. And kind of like Mega Man, perhaps? Hold on. As in the king gets the abilities of the main enemies? Oh, I'm certainly lost now. It is called the Throne of Time, I believe. Let's check. Throne of Time. Yep, Throne of Time. And it may be the ones who stole the throne of the other kings? Maybe, but we don't know. There's not enough context clues. The Throne of Kings. Oh, no, Throne of Time. THRONEOFTIME. Throne of Time. And getting off track. you're trying to add context to something that it has a lot of confusion, I can say, at least to me. But again, I keep saying this, and I'm going to keep saying this, but if it makes sense to whoever made it, in this case, if it makes sense to him, that's all that matters. We're looking at it as onlookers, but as long as this makes sense, then it's a good GDD. The point of a GDD is to act as your skeleton, the blueprint to the game you're making. It is supposed to help with, and let me scroll back out here, up here, where are we at? Up here. It's supposed to help with planning. If you can understand your plans, you're good to go. Maybe. I don't trust my hand to write it. I feel like I get lost. There's too many A's. Alright, I'll say it. Clarity. Does the GDD explain the game idea clearly? No, not really. If we go back into here, right, hide this guy here, go back into here. It sounds like, right, kill animations, quick time events, kill off players, keep going, gain more powerful abilities, explore, fight, level up, get rewards, create builds of characters. I'm gonna have to give this a 1. I think a 1 is in service. It's so vague, it's very vague. Yeah, there's an idea there. However, there's so many ways you can take it. I have too many questions. Oh, you can't see it. Unfortunate. Hold on, my apologies. There you go. You should be able to see it now, right? The 1. All right, let me move this guy up here. Okay, we're good. Now, practicality. Is the idea realistic for a small dev team? Maybe? I don't know. That one is also a, if we go back here, right? Just going off of this, and hi, Sharky. Welcome to Story. What an adorable name. Welcome. Hello. Let's go ahead and do this guy here. Does this game feel like it'd be practical to make? Could you make it in a few games? Let's see. I don't know. It depends, right? And Tenku? Was that your other name? I haven't seen Sharky before, but maybe it's another name you go by. I would not know. And shame he ain't here. He was here earlier. He can't answer for his crimes anymore. Let's see. And based off MVP and a game loop, it seems so. Yeah. The game loop, where are we at? Game loop, down here. Explore, fight, level up, get rewards, create builds and characters. Move, jump, and attack, yeah. Where's the setting at, right? It's the reclaim your throne. So you are the king, right? Because it says your throne, and it's the king's throne. But it also says kill off playable characters. So you're swapping between enemies? That's where I'm not too sure. You take the MVP, it'll probably be relatively easy to do. Yeah, move, jump, attack, and interact. But remember, the jump, attack, interact, it's not on here, but there should be a way. It says like create builds. Where do the builds, I guess that would be like the extra stuff, right? Because the MVP is the small, but the builds, yeah, that's what I'm a little bit confused with. Is the interaction system big? If the whole point of the game is to swap between characters, I can see that being the big thing, right? And in that sense, I think it would be plausible, right? If the whole point of the game is to have a system based on swapping characters and killing them. And anyways, how you doing? Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I see. And how are you doing? I'm doing great. I'm having a lot of fun. Having a lot of fun discussing games ideas, and plausibilities. I hope you're doing well, Sharky. I hope truly. Yeah, I think it should be given a 4 because I think possibly you disguise. I don't think it ever says disguise. Yeah, stolen by dark magic and must reclaim it in the past. Kill animations, quick time event. Oh, that's another thing. Quick time event. That's not down here. Move, jump, attack. Attack would be the quick time event. Now, I think it would be easy enough to implement, and it's good seeing you on my feed. Lovely. I'm glad YouTube's doing a good job. And at minimum, you should be able to have different builds for the king, I suppose. Yeah, but again, there's playable characters. So since there's so much confusion, I think this should be awarded a 3. 3 is in, I don't know, middle point. And we're just writing fanfic at this point, yeah. So we're going to give this a 3. 3 as in possible. Under the right circumstances, since we don't know, we can't really give it an answer. So I think a 3 is in order. But again, there's also quick time events, so... You know what, 2. I think a 2 is better. And what did the author have in mind? Yeah, there's mentions of quick time events, and then is that the fighting, and there's different things, so... Well, we'll give it a 3. I think a 3 is a little bit better. I think they're small enough portions that it's not as bad. But depending on which way, it could be either or. And because it's not too clear, sense of the one clarity and hard jury. We're trying to help around here. And why was the curtain blue? Hold on. What did you do? Did I miss something? Relatively easy. What are we interacting with? Yeah, I did read that. Big description. Okay, I think I read out all that. Okay. And he just made it confusing and vague so he can harvest our ideas. I can see it. The idea is that I'd love to do more of these GDDs just to get ideas. I think it's always fun to try to think of games to think about, because it gets your creativity working. It gets that brain going. It gets you in the mood to think of ideas, and it's fun to think, I think. Yes, it's fun to think, I think. So let's see. Creativity. Does the game idea feel unique, fun, or memorable? I'm gonna have to say no. Not really. There's nothing that quite entices me about this idea. Not really. If I go back to this guy here, right, go back to this guy. Now, I am a lover of fantasy, but it's so... And I do like quick time events. I do like them. And while you're gonna be inconsistent, at least try to write a lot so they're not gonna be noticed. The ultimate way to defeat me, confuse me. Throw so much at me, I get overwhelmed. You figured out my power. And oh, I forgot to unpin that guy there. And let's see, did I miss anything? Okay, we're good. All right, and it's so true, giving zeros and ones left and right. I really like the pitch and hook. Interesting. A king's throne is stolen by dark magic and must reclaim it in the past. Kill animations, so quick time events, and kill off playable characters to keep going and gain more powerful abilities. I think it is interesting. Some people like quick time events, some don't. I like quick time events. However, I'm gonna have to give this guy a 2. I think it is creative, but nothing really pulls me into the idea. I'm not feeling, that's not giving me a lot of feels here. So we'll do 2 out of 5. Now, how well, and I'm biased because going back in time is usually fun. It can be. Going back in time as a theme can be a lot of fun. And I'm going to support the 3D guy. You're not supposed to show your bias, Rodrigo. Let's see. Theme and mood. And let's see, it's fun to think, I think. Inspired quote of the day. Telling you my quotes they're interesting for sure. Now, theme and mood. How well does it incorporate the theme? Is there a clear aesthetic? Let's see. Let's go here. And bias, what bias? I'll go ahead and click this guy here. Hold on. Now, does it incorporate the theme? It does. It has the idea of stolen identity. I can see it as being kill off playable characters to keep going. It accomplishes the goal of stolen identity. It does have the theme. Nope, yep, 100%. It is stolen identity. It does have the theme in there. So we can say, yes, stolen identity is the case. So, however, I don't feel like it's quite strong, but again, that could just be not many. And are you saying the jury is corrupted? No! I am saying the jury, you know what? There's no way you can, oh, hold on. That's supposed to be a 5. I feel like, right, the jury is the jury, and I'm not gonna support the minimalistic guy. I'm more a fan of minimalistic. That's another reason why I like doing these streams, as I think having different opinions is a great idea. I don't want an echo chamber. So even though I specialize in Godot, I like hearing about other engines and hearing how to do things in other engines. We're not completely all Godot, so it's fun seeing those here and now. And even though I do pixel art, I like seeing other types of arts. And minimalistic is the perfect choice for small indie devs. It is indeed. It's also why pixel art is a big one. Now, considering what you listen to, let's say the jury. Listening to what you listen to, thinking about the idea. Remember, we're not talking about extras outside of the idea, outside of the range. What do you feel? Are you rating it 1? Are you rating it 5? What's your thoughts? What's your opinions behind it? Let me go ahead and make a new guy here, duplicate, and I should be able to create the poll. And if you'd like to participate in the poll and give a rating, you can go ahead and go to that guy there. I'll go ahead and pin it for both guys here. Oh, hold on. Yep, the pin link up there on either YouTube or Twitch. Feel free to give your vote on what you believe to be the rating that should be the case. Let me go ahead and do where are we at? I should be able to show this. So where are we going here? In 4 minutes, I'll go ahead and have this be 3 minutes, or yeah, 3 minutes. 3 minutes of voting, just to make sure everyone can get in their voting time. Gonna go ahead and where are we at? The browser guy. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Oh, didn't mean to move that guy. We have this voting guy here, and yeah, there we go. That should be good. Let me zoom out a little bit. And it's interesting, it's very split at the moment. I'm gonna dap up a fellow mod. We're supposed to be non-biased. Let me scroll out a little bit. Where are we at in concepts? Yep, there we are. Scroll a little bit just so we can get the rubric. Again, you don't have to go by my rubric for what you would rate this. Not only the game idea, but also just the GDD. So a multitude of factors. How would you feel about it? And this guy targeted the whole spectrum of audience. Definitely a hit. I mean, it's got a lot of different elements. I think so. I think it's an interesting one for sure. And UE5 is a great to make good-looking Unreal Engine, right? UE, Unreal Engine 5 is great to making good-looking 3D games, yeah. And the visual scripting system is very good there, but I tried to do everything in C++ there, and it was a bit much for me, so I went to Godot. Yeah, for me at least, I'm a very simple person. I take things and I like to, if you can, explain it to me as if I'm 5. If you can explain something to a 5-year-old, I feel like you're good at explaining. If it can be explained in one sentence, if it can be explained as simply as possible, that's usually a great pitch. And that happened to me with the Unreal Engine 5 theming. I have heard good things about it, but I also have heard that it is a little bit on the bigger, heavier side of being really hard and hardcore to do. So it's interesting. I haven't used an engine outside of Godot. And when I initially started game dev, it was using Visual Studio, and I did some projects in college on Visual Studio. And then after Visual Studio, I dropped out and I went to Godot. So I have no other practice aside from Godot. That's my background. Nothing aside from Godot. When I was in college, I did C++, and now that I'm out of C++, I use GDScript, and GDScript's most comparable to Python. And Unreal has some great visual scripting support. Yeah, visual scripting seems like it'd be a lot of fun to do. Godot has some plugins for visual scripting, but I'd love to at some point try. And hey, this vote is all biased. While mine was held before the full thing got showed, I don't fancy the injustice, but it's looking funny and complaining. What do you mean, Jack? I showed your whole thing. I didn't get to the final. Remember, I gave each of them 20 minutes. You had 20 minutes. Once the 20-minute timer was out, we did your 20-minute justice, I believe, or at least I concur. We should vote again for Jack. I don't mind doing another vote for Jack. Oh, I wonder if some people were here or not. Unreal Engine. Let's see, Unreal Performer. It's 1 out of 10. Oh boy. And it's funny you say that because that's what is used as an academic advice, to study so much until you can explain it to a 5-year-old. Yeah. That's what I've heard. And I think that is really good practice. It's just simplify it down like you're speaking to someone who doesn't know. Yeah, I'm just joking. Okay, good. I don't want you to feel like, I showed too much bias or not enough bias. I try my best to make sure, these guys aren't too voted, but it seems to be the case. Do we have another 50-50? Hold on. Nope, yeah, we do. It's possible to get in one more vote. Otherwise, we might have to do another heads or tails. Oh boy, you just took the thing away, Lusk, and I didn't vote for Jack. I want to. I have 1 extra star left. It was just you that was voting in like 1.5, 3.4s, and 4s, and this time the average tends to 3. Yeah, you know what? And more gambling, yeah. So if no one wants to give in 1 more vote to see if we can sway it, then we're gonna gambling again. We might have to do some more gambling, I think. Oh, it was on auto. Okay, good. All right, let me get water. If no one has by the time my water is drank, then we'll do some not gambling. All right, it's called I'm gonna drink my water. Tasty water. And it seems to be the case. We're gonna have to, can you vote again? I don't think it will let you. I think it's 1 per computer. And certainly you don't get to vote off of other people's votes. Alrighty. So if it is heads, it'll be 3. If it's tails, it'll be 2. And we'll do... I don't encourage this, I assure you. Where are we at? Google, yup. And we're gonna do flip a coin. Flip a coin. Okay, let me go ahead and do this guy here. And the series... Told you, don't take these guys, and where can I put my bets? Well, do you think it'll be heads or tails? What do you believe it to be the case? Here we go. All right, heads, it's gonna be 3. Tails, it's gonna be 2. All right, flipping the coin. Let's see. Heads or tails? It's gonna be heads, so it'll be 3. The odds are in people's favors, it seems. And heads, yep, heads it is. Like, everyone would have won something, but again, remember, no gambling. This is metaphorical, right? So 3 it is. Lovely, lovely. Okay, and let's go ahead and do that. 3. Oh, you know what? I also wanted to see if we could elaborate on the idea. Dab. Let's see, 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. So that would be a total of 6, 4, no, not 6, 2, 6, that's 9, 14, I think. That says 14. And this is the first time I hear someone laugh like, hui, 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 hui. I don't laugh like hui, hui, hui. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I think that's, oh, I lost my number. What number did I say? Gambling is cool, I should do it more. Oh boy, let's see, that was 6, and then that was 9, and then that was 14. I can't. Oh boy, 14, yeah, okay, 14. 14 out of 5. Alrighty. 14, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. 14 out of 25. Okay, 14 out of 25. And that does even better when you bet your life savings. I am for sure certain Toak is an enabler. I 100%. All right, if we were 14 out of 5, you won. Absolute cinema. Let me move these guys down here. So this is 23. Let me scroll out here. Big scroll out, huge scroll out here. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot. That's what I was saying before. Let's move you right here for a second. I wanted to spend like 10 minutes seeing if there's a way we can take his ideas for his throne of time and make something a little bit clearer, add a little bit more clarity to his idea. So let me go ahead and do some and there we go. Okay. So resetting the timer, keeping the mind of quick time event, swapping with heads. What do you think would need some refinement in this idea? How do you think it could be refined? I do like the well, hold on. Let me grab a screenshot of the hook and the pitch. That might make it a little bit easier. And he won. There's no winners, I tell you. There was no top bet there. All right, here we go. This was the feel he's going for. A king's throne is stolen by dark magic and must reclaim it in the past. And I have nothing. You folks have fun while I'm going to cook. Yeah, let's think about it for just a bit. And a spreadsheet would have been more adequate for this, although 100% less fun. I do like my spreadsheets. I can be honest, spreadsheets are very fun, but I also like using Obsidian. And perhaps each level will be a time period in the past where you play as one of the playable characters. That could be an idea, maybe, right? Maybe it is a thing of each level. So each level, let's do that. Like level is a character. Like maybe, yeah, possibly each level's a character. Each level's a character, but kill off playable characters. Keep going and gain more powerful abilities. Now that one I'm not too sure about. Spreadsheets are busy for gambling. No. Maybe each level each level LVL is a player. Is a character, is a character. CHARACTER. However, maybe the idea is that at the end of each level, maybe you have to kill the character. So when you're hopping between the levels, it ends in a death. Maybe something like that. Who won? I lost. I'm lost. I get 5. Check. We'll see. Again, there's no winners, but just rate it. If we were to rate them, and we all won, we learned. Yeah. We all learned. That's what this is about. Learning. Seeing what we can take from other people's ideas and take heed to what they did wrong, what they did right, and see if we can improve, what we can tweak. And let me scroll up, and then you kill them off specific ways to set the timeline where you are the king. Yeah, I think that could work. Yeah. Let me scroll this guy down here. Let me go ahead and just take a screenshot of that to make it a little bit easier to see. I am liking the way you're thinking though, Nappa. I like the cut of your jab. Is that how you say it? I think, possibly. Let me go ahead and move this guy here. There you go. That makes it easier to see what you're going for. And let's see, spreadsheets, idea involving a team of characters with the king. You know what? Could be fun. What if the characters are the king's court? Huh? You got your jester, you have your chef. Possibly now. Again, this is a little scope, right? Big scope. Possibly, but maybe the setting is the castle. Maybe the setting is the castle and each event or each level is set in a different part of the castle. Possibly, like Share Clear Obscure? Oh, I don't know about that one. And the banana one who won and lost, we'll go there soon. And let's see, okay, yeah. And, oh! welcome in, banana! welcome! And what if the only boss fight, what if the boss fight is like Titan Soul? You'll have to describe Titan Soul to me a little bit. Maybe, what we can do is, we're all learning that Eris is a very strict judge. I take my criticism very, very heavily. What do you mean? I got the favored by the gambling. Oh boy. Maybe each level is a character. Maybe each level is a character. Maybe King's Court, right? Titan Soul is only boss fights, no enemies. Ah, that's an interesting one. It says kill animations and something to do with a quick time event though. Maybe, oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, maybe it's centered around each being a boss fight. So each boss fight, but then who are you fighting? And what's the genre of the game again? Seems important to keep in mind. Genre seems to be fantasy, if I remember correctly. Genre, yeah, action RPG adventure. Let me move that guy up here. Action RPG adventure, and the setting is supposed to be a fantasy kingdom. There you go. That should make it a little bit easier to see. I'll move the right there. There you go. Yeah, I do like the idea of it being a little bit, and keep the time travel in mind. True. How do we add time travel to this? A lot of ideas. Time travel, maybe the time travel is the intro though, right? Maybe that's the introduction, so it's not in the game specifically, or no, each level is you hopping through time. So it takes place in a different amount of time. So this would be like your level 1 is in a certain time, this is in a certain time, and they all lead up to you reclaiming your throne. And you get their power and you kill them. Yeah, the character who took your throne. Hold on, let me scroll up here. The character who took your throne. Yeah, maybe they're like the final boss or something. Or maybe it's a coup. Maybe it's the idea of all of the people in your court have betrayed you. And the dark magic, maybe they're all in a cult or something. How about that? That could be a thing, right? Let me go ahead and move this guy here. That is a great idea too. Let's see. And maybe you lose to every boss, but learn a way to beat him and travel back in time to be the boss. Like Subaru from ReZero. Ooh, interesting idea. Interesting. Let me go ahead and grab this guy. Go ahead and yoink. Yeah, I like that idea. Yeah, time traveling like death. Your death is not the end. The end is never the end. I'll move that guy into here, and then I have to move these guys a little bit. Oh, hold on. Where's the select button? I like that idea too. Yeah, these are great ideas. Let's go ahead and move this here. I do like the idea, right? We can lean into the quick time event as the main mechanic. Maybe that's the feel we can go for. And maybe it's just a boss fight for the main mechanic idea. Let me go ahead and move this guy down here. And I'm out of prison talking to my mom. Tiring. Hi, Dark. Welcome to stream. And I love ReZero. Yeah, it's an interesting one. And maybe you go progressively backwards because the most recent one you defeated didn't give you the throne back. Ooh, progressing backwards is an idea. Okay. Each level is a character. Maybe King's Court. I'll add that there. Hold on. King's Court, NGS, King's, C-O-U-R-T, King's Court, going back in time. I like that feel too. Progressively going back in time. Going, G-O-I-N-G, going back in time, B-A-C-K, back in time. That could be an interesting one, yeah. In time, Yep, like that. I like that. And did I miss anything? Let me just double check. Getting something by killing is just looting, not stealing. I don't know. I could call it grave robbing in a way. And Parm has a banana badge. Well, yeah, it is a thing, truly. And let's see. What are we doing today? We're looking over game design documents. This is the last submission. There were 5 of them. I challenged people on Discord to a game jam, but instead of a game jam, it was an idea jam. So they had to create a game design document around the theme Stolen Identity. And these are the 5 submissions. And have you seen ReZero? I got recommended to watch it. I watched some of it. It was interesting. I can't say that. And let's see. And you could choose to kill or keep characters. Killing them gives you buffs, but you lose the team member. Keeping them makes you weaker, but you have a better team. That could be a good idea too, yeah. Let me grab that guy. I think these are all great ideas that could go in different directions. Let me go here. Oh, hold on. Scroll back up here and do this guy. Okay, yeah. Thank you for that one. Now, I think the Throne of Time is a great title. It keeps off the king idea. It keeps up the time traveling. I think the title, for what it is, it's great at keeping the same. We'll keep it that same. And bummer. Oh boy. Let's see. All right. So, saying that, I just want to order them in their, what is it, the scoring. So this guy's 23. That guy's 22. Yeah. All right. So let's see. That guy goes here. This guy goes here. That. Now, from everything we've seen, do I agree with these ratings? Game idea is clearly explained. Yeah, it was. Idealistic for a small dev. It was. Does the game feel unique? It does. How well could you incorporate the theme? Yep. What did you think, the viewers? Yeah. Yep. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't give it a really high rating because it was the first one. But we're A-okay. We have this guy here. And so let's recap. We got robots. Go. Death noise. Or... how good was that? Let's see. Something magic turned the mimic. Is that the mimic? And let's see, Air's confusion equals 120%. Mario Odyssey, but less hats and more fancy. And last and kind of not least, mystery punching. Oh boy, that sounds about right. Necrotype Cafe gets 1 billion trillion. Oh silly. Oh boy, oh boy. You know what? I thought it would be better to do the GDD, but I don't know if we'll be able to refactor in time to do, yeah. Usually when I refactor, it takes like an hour for each, and what a wonderful stream. It's been very fun. So you know what? How about, for a bit of extra practice, let's make a game design document following this GDD of my game. I think that could be fun. I think it would fit up the 40 minutes we have left, as I think if I refactor, I'm gonna have trouble. I'm gonna have trouble not wanting to end the stream. So this is 10, and does this 10 go, let's see, 10, 14, okay. So this is 10, the mimic. That guy goes here, and then 16, yep, okay. There we go, lovely, lovely. That guy goes here, okay. So we have in ranking, again, you know, it's oh, hold on, this guy here, that guy goes up here for the additions, and squared. Cafe gets 1 billion trillions, indeed. Let's see, 10, okay, there we go. Alrighty, so in order of how I think best describes a game design document, we have, and I always feel like I'm in a really fun classroom. I'm glad you're enjoying it, PD. I never know how the new streams are gonna go. I've never done this before, so I never know. If it again, like if it takes up time, as I was going to do refactoring, I was expecting to have 2 hours left of time. We definitely don't have 2 hours left of time, about 40 minutes. So we'll take my game and make a GDD using the GDD I have. Let me go ahead and move this. All right, so in ranking from great best to least, I think the least one is the Eternal Twilight, only because it doesn't follow the theme. The theme was Stolen Identity. This didn't feel like it had anything to do with Stolen Identity. Our streams are so fun and our energy is intoxicating. Well, I don't want you getting drunk, but I appreciate it all the same. Let's see. Then next up we have Throne of Time. There's potential here. And Eris is a kindergarten teacher read. We're all little menaces. You're all menaces. I do agree to that one. Yeah. Oh boy. The amount of times I've been fooled into doing things. It's awful. Next up we have Four Leaves Curse by Chuck. We have Counter Control by Lusk. And I think the pièce de résistance was Napa. And I think, yeah. And let's make a GDD with the info of all the GDDs. How wild. Alrighty. Okay. Yeah. I think we're all good to go. That should conclude the GDD of reviewing the GDDs. So saying that, I think we have time to review my game and do its GDD. So I'll go ahead and change the title to Making a GDD for my Rhythm HY Rhythm Typing Cafe Game. There we go. And save it. And she's undoubtedly a good teacher. So silly. I'll go ahead and have the ad breaks run just so we don't get interrupted. And since we're gonna, yeah, that takes perfect timing. I think so. Alrighty. So let's have those guys do the thing so I can get some water, do the things and stuff. And did I miss anything? Oh, let's check on checks. Check sent something in earlier, I believe, before I forget, that we can look back at. And let's all bring bananas in our lunchboxes tomorrow to scare out the teacher. Oh, you! Detention! Detention for all of you! No bananas allowed! Let's contraband! Let's see. And let me double check Discord, as I did remember. Where are we at? You sent in this guy here. Copy image. And I will paste it in here so we can take a look. Where are we at? I bet Eris will strangle me. Strangling is not the method I would choose. That's a terrible method. And no detention. Let's see. Throne of Time. Nope, we're looking for... Where are we at? Four Leaves Curse. There we go. Okay, so this is what Check sent in. It was this guy here. Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense. She prefers to bring necks? No! Nothing to do with necks. There's no neck happening anywhere. I assure you. Oh boy. And let's see, Eris will tie me to a chair and put me in a corner looking at the wall. Yes, with a little hat too. The little pointy hat. The pointy hat is very important. Super important. You know, let me make sure while we're looking at this. Thank you for sending this in, Check. It makes a lot more sense now, the game loop. I thought each was a day. Well, I want to put that word up there. That seems a little bit too mean. I'd make it like the, what word would I use instead of that word? And there's also some text. Oh, did you? Hold on. Let's see. Green is the regular loop and red is the altered version. Oh, got ya. Hold on. Let me grab that guy. Green is the regular, red is the altered. Here we go. Lovely. Okay, let me go ahead and move you back to here. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. You use it's the same, and then modified. Makes more sense. Yep. Yeah, that does, oh, hold on. I saw, oh, no. I can't speak today, can I? This doesn't go here. This goes for lust is one. So you don't, yeah, where'd we go? Where should be counter control, play the machine. Am I missing someone here? Throne of Time? Oh, never mind. There we go. There we are. Words, yes. Words, no. Never, not ever. I can go ahead and move this guy here while we're waiting on the timer. I do have to duplicate this guy, make a copy. And what I wanted to quickly do before we get into making the GDD is if we go back into where we at. We need to go into Obsidian. Oh, we are in Obsidian. Never mind. Hide that guy. And next week's seminar will be on neck snapping for self-defense. Oh boy, I'm telling ya, it ain't so. No neck snapping allowed here. There's not a need for it. We all get along lovely, usually. And since we do typically get along, there's not a need to get so violent. No violence needs to be had, not at all. Let me go ahead and let's see. Oh, there we go, lovely. Now, GDD submission, GDD version. I wanted to copy these guys, so give me 1 second to do that. We have our title, that's this guy here. Title, we have the description. That's this guy here. We have the hook. There we go. Hook. And that is this guy here. Hook. We have inspirations. Inspirations. We have platform. We have software. We have genre. Software. Genre. There we go. And oh, hold on. I don't have the stream. Oh my.
693 just
Thank you, Nappa, for the subscription. Thank you, truly. I'm surprised. So maybe subscription to the person that get one, but you know what? Now I don't have ads. Thank you, and welcome. Let's see, did I miss anything? Violence. And I couldn't stop myself from typing it before it was too late. What did I start? I'm truly sorry. Oh boy, we have too many class clowns. This is why I couldn't run a school. I was always a teacher's pet, straight A student. I can't imagine the pain of being a teacher. I would not be cut out for it. Not at all. We have setting. Let's go ahead and copy this guy here. Target audience. We have goal. Just pasting all of these things in here. Goal. What is the endpoint of your game? I just want to get all of these guys down. If you're typing in the chat, I can't see it. Give me a second. I have it over the chat screen, so I am blind at the moment. And copy this guy here. Lovely. And any documents or images, we don't need you. Okay. So I just copied the GDD that I will be referencing, the one I made. And now I can say, all right, what did I miss? Gently facepalmed after sending it. What did you send? Hold on, huh? What did I start? Really sorry. I don't know what you even said that you're sorry about. And let's see, did I miss anything? 4 events? How scary. Oh, I would have miss violence. Telling you, violence is awful. And I was a student, a straight A? I don't know about that. I'm telling you, I was a very sensitive student back in my days. If I got a B, I was brought to tears. See? Oh boy, my whole day, my whole week was ruined. I used to be a high professionals, high organization, and it was awful. It was stressful. I never want to go back to that. Over the years since school, I've tried to get better at accepting mistakes and being okay with okay. And C's get degrees, as they say, they do. You don't have to do perfectionism. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just has to be okay. And the more I do this, the more I go through things, and having so many scuffed things when it comes to stream, the more I can accept. It is what it is. Truly. And hi Gus, welcome back in the stream. Welcome. And let's see, did I miss anything? No, we're good. Yeah, aside from neck breaking. And let's see, Eris, nope, what is a class clown in a school of jesters but a fool? How silly. And we live for chaos. We're all stable individuals around here. Especially since grades don't reflect perfections. Yeah, that's what I had to realize. Grades don't define you. Especially depending on the teacher. The teacher could just be biased and give you a different grade. They don't define you, especially, I keep saying especially, but sometimes the grades don't make any sense. And that was the thing too. You could put your heart and soul into a project, but only get a C. But then you could just, close your eyes, put some things on the board and get an A. And at that point, it just feels worthless. And scuffed is our middle names. And I couldn't run a school, so as the person who created a highly functional e-learning by accident. You do. Yeah, that compliment is very kind, Ignorant. Very much. No, the irony. The gasp. Truly, I tell you. This environment of learning is just an environment I try to create based around what I would have liked to see. And hi, Beatus. Welcome to the stream. And a grade doesn't mean everything. The average, though. I don't know. And school was way better than college. College is pain. Yeah, I dropped out. Nope, no thank you. And 600 followers, much deserved. Thank you. And I'm doing a big depression today. Oh, it's a shame. That depression's never fun. I hope your day gets better, Beatus. Maybe I have something to cheer you up. And school's not better when you try to take 4 AP classes. Oh yeah, I was in all the AP. Oh boy, it was stressful, not fun. But you know what? Maybe I have something to cheer you up, Beatus. Give me 1 second, all right? I'll be right back. You sit right there, okay? Welcome back, everyone. How are you all doing? Now, you seem to be in this wonderful, whimsical place, I'd say. Some of you have been here before, and some of you are, veterans. Some of you are not. But you know what? We're all here. We are all here for one purpose truly that brings all of us together, whether we're Godoters or Unreal Engineers, or whether we're 3D enjoyers, 2D enjoyers. You happen to be, you're going somewhere. It's gonna take, I'd say, about 5 minutes for the elevators to get working. The elevators currently they're just, maybe they're full, maybe they're occupied. There's no windows, there's no stairs, you have no tools adequate. There is no escape. We have been over this many times, and people seem to think that they believe they can somehow get out of this, but that's okay. That's all right. You don't need to get out of this because there's no escape. And again, that's okay because 5 minutes, the elevator will work. You don't need to escape as you will be released. And I don't know why the elevators just, you can't press the button, but that's okay. That's okay. That's all right. In the meantime, while you're waiting on the elevators, and not even 5 minutes, actually, 1 minute. Look at you being lucky. Why don't I make myself approachable? Hello there. Hi. How you doing? Let me go ahead and move this guy around. Oh boy, hold on, I can't see the screen. There we are. Let me move this guy here. Are we good to go? There we go. Okay. You don't need to escape. Makes me want to escape more. Hello there, kind sir. Hello, hello. And what am I witnessing here, and do I want to know? This is called the elevator pitch. Usually I do this at the beginning of my Thank you for the bits, Petey. Usually I do these at the beginning of my programming streams. I haven't done a programming stream in a while, so it's been a second since we've been in this environment, so to speak. And thank you again, PD. Now, I usually do the elevator pitch. It's, like I said, a section I like to do at the start of the stream as a way to introduce people who may not have heard of my game before, maybe have not have played it, haven't been to the stream in a second, have seen anything about my game. So, because I think the best way to make a game or to think of an idea is to, in the simplest way possible, I created this section called the elevator pitch, where I will have 1 minute to pitch my game idea to you. How do you feel about that? And 911, I'm currently being trapped by a Barney's daughter. She's trapped me in an elevator. You take that back, Dark. Saying that though, I am currently creating a game. Now, what is that game you're asking, as I'm sure you're so curious to say? Bam! Necrotype Cafe! A lovely game, don't you think? It's selling us the elevator pitch idea. Yeah. So I have 1 minute up there to pitch the game idea to you. The elevators are a lie. They're not real. Oh, silly. Another really big Thanos is morphing. No Thanos here either. All right, let's see. I'm gonna do this guy here. So when I show up the timer here, that guy there, 1 minute. Let's see if I can pitch my game to you. All right. Okay, you ready? And welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a rhythm typing cafe where you play as Gabriella, a necromancer sent to a prestigious wizard academy by her necromancy family. But she doesn't want to become a necromancer, no. She wants to become a baker, a chef. She wants to improve in her pastry dishes and her classes and things of that nature. So she finds an abandoned place in the school to serve her fellow customers, her fellow students, other wizardy students that have come to your school to participate in learning about magic. So the idea is that it is a rhythm game, hence the, cafe game, hence the Necrotype Cafe portion, and you serve fellow customers. How do you serve customers? How do you make food? You have to do typing to the beat. It is a rhythm game, rhythm typing. The idea is that in this game, magic is created with poetry. So you have to type out the recipes, the poems of summoning your food. You summon the food, serve your customers, go back and forth, depending on the customers, depending on the flavors, the food, the feel of the food, and you get different songs, different beats, different rhythms you have to do. It's supposed to be a mad dash back and forth between keeping up to the rhythm and keeping up with customers. Now, can you keep up to the beat? That's the question. Alrighty, that is my pitch. Ooh, sounds classy. Thank you. I'm sold. Lovely. Now, it is a one-time deal offer. Considering, we've been getting, audiences ratings, why don't we see, compared to the pitches you've seen today, how would you put my pitch up? Because if we were to look at those guys, let me go ahead and let's see where we at. Now, of course, I'll go ahead and say this, right? You are not being watched. I totally don't know the results of this, and you won't be graded, won't be punished for giving your honest results. But I want feedback. I want a lot of feedback. So let's see. Elevator guy here. I should be able to do this guy here. There we go. Alrighty. And then if I go ahead and copy this guy here, show results, and let's see where are we at in terms of, oh, hold on, OBS, you gotta go here, you go here, and we will run this for a few minutes. You can go ahead and paste this here. I think it was pretty good. And put you here. Now, does the game have a secret elevator level? At this point, I feel like I'd have to do it as just a that's just the fun thing. Feel free to, send in the results of my certainly patented elevator pitch that certainly swayed you, and you're not being mind controlled at all. This is a great pitch, great game idea. 10 out of 10, all checks. 6 out of 5. Thank you. Get up and take my money. Very sweet. Let's see, let me scroll up here. And Eris, why are the camera drones in my room? What? We don't speak about it. Nothing. You know nothing. Everyone is here on their own free will. Oh boy. Oh, hold on. I didn't put up a timer. There you go. 1 minute. There we are. And quick and to the point, while also giving us some story, which is great. Lovely. Yeah. I have been working on this game since the end of August. No, pinned the wrong one. Did I lusk? Hold on. Let me. Oh, I did. Oh boy. Thank you for telling me of that one. There we go. pin. I have been working on this game since the end of last August. So August is coming up. It will have been a whole year of me working on the game. And it's been, I can say that at the very least. And you're better at coming up with stuff on the spot now. Yeah, I have been doing these game pitches as I've been working on the programming. As I said, I took a break from programming streams since I'm struggling for something to do with programming my game. So it's been a break from programming streams, but you know, I'd say I still got it. Just a smidge. It's interesting, you know, these votes though. Interesting. I'm picking up what you're all putting down. And more gambling? No. Is it? Oh, I'm gonna have to gamble. Oh no! Will somebody break the tie? Oh boy. Yeah, it seems to be the case. Alrighty, I am betting. It's been heads, right? Both times. I think it's gonna be heads again. I feel like it will be heads. And once our, how dare thee? There's always some of those people. It's A-okay. Let me go ahead and do this guy here. Let's see. E-O-I-N. And let me go ahead and do this guy here. You should be able to see it. Let me go ahead and move you here and move you here. Oh, hold on. Browser, open up the browser. There you go. Alrighty. Let's see what it says about me. And enter. Heads. I'll take it. 5 out of 5. I knew it. Isn't it crazy that it's been heads every single time? Very odd, but you know what? It did it again. Heads again. Classic probability mistake. Indeed. Let me go ahead and you can go ahead and get rid of that pin link and I can go ahead and remove that pin link. So we have about 20 minutes left before the stream ends, which means I want to take some time to work on a GDD since I don't think we have time to do refactoring. Oh, before I forget, let me show you the current demo of the game, why don't I? And let's see, I won again. Why should I ever stop gambling? Oh, what is it? I think in the actual coin, if you flip it, there's more probability towards heads. But this is Google and using that thing. So I think, I don't know. And there's forcing it to be heads with our average power. I have not tipped the scales. And random number function broken needs a patch. How silly. What was I gonna say? I forgot. Let me go ahead, you know, get off my my business glasses. I also need to get off my business attire. Hold on. And we need to get back my business associates. So here he is, Bobby. Bobby, say hi. You've never met Bobby. Bobby is great. He's lovely. He has 0 thoughts, and that's why we love him. Back into Obsidian. And so the coin flip was rigged all this time. I'm not complaining. You did succeed off of the coin flip, Jack. You don't have too much of a leg here, but no, it's not rigged. And it's not. It was, don't worry. It was not, don't worry. Oh boy, and so tails it is. I don't know if it's rigged. And I did read that. Okay, yep. Good. Okay, I did read all of those. I was worried I didn't. So if a moderator would not mind linking the current prototype of the game out there, I will go ahead and click on Obsidian. You can currently go and play the prototype on my itch. It is almost done, which means the game will slowly be completed. Right now, we are working on the MVP of the game and have to go good luck with doing the thing with 20 minutes of schedule time. I believe it, yeah. Thank you, Jack. And once again, thanks for organizing such a wonderful event. Thank you for participating, truly. I'm glad some people did, well, not some people, you did, and you did a lot, and I couldn't have asked for more. I'm happy with how things turned out, truly. And I did read that, good. All right. This is the webpage you'll be met with. Got a little bit of fun stuff here and there. So let me show you how the game works. If I go ahead and click run the game, I should be able to, where are we at? Hide this guy now, and I should be able to do this guy. Oh, hold on. There we go. I'll hide the music and show this guy here. Oh, can you not hear it? Odd. Very odd, hold on. If I do this guy, enable audio, disable audio, enable audio. Okay, you know what? Fine. Audio. Aha! There we go. You should be able to hear it now. And speaking of purple beings, oh boy, I used to be a fan of Barney. I can say that much. Now, most of these things, this is the old version of the game. A lot of things are subject to change in the next update. I come next for more, you don't say. Truly. We can go ahead and try out the levels. I can explain to you now. You can kind of see the game in its current form. A lot of things are subject to change. This is currently the prototype. It's supposed to be a proof of concept. We have on here Gabriella and Dark dancing around. I can, if we do have time, show you also the music, as for the last 2 weeks we've been working on music for the game. So now this isn't the current music in the game. I can show you that in a bit. But You can see here, we walk around. This is supposed to be sort of a lecture hall, so customers will sit here. These are supposed to be desks that are, transformed into tables. So this down here is a recipe book at the bottom of the screen. This will be where you see different combinations for food, different customers. We have a customer here. Let's go ahead and grab their order here. Groovy. I do like this song. It's a bit of a shame that we're changing it, but I like it. I like it for what it is. And do we still have moonwalking wizards? Hopefully not. I don't think so anymore. I think I fixed it. Maybe. And customer's ready to order, so we can go ahead and take the customer's order. And as you can see, it's a pink purple something. So if I go to this screen, you can see it needs sweet, bitter, and cake. So let's go ahead and serve them a sweet, bitter cake, why don't we? So this area here will be your spellcasting room. This is where you will create the food for your customer. Again, everything is bare as it's all prototypes. So let's see, sweet, bitter cake, sweet, bitter, cake. And see if we can do this. W, I, T, H, space T, H, R, D, S, space, O, F, space, T, W, I, L, I, G, H, T, space, A, N, T, H, G, O, A, P, S, K, I. I questioned that one. Let's see. N, period, space, D, I, O, L, E, N, T, space, S, O, C, K, S, comma. There we go. And I did read that. Good, good. And we have the food, so we can go ahead and serve them their sweet bitter cake. And there they go, sweet bitter cake. Now, one thing I know for sure, and maybe actually we'll have time, but 14 minutes is not a lot. The ghosts, as you can see, customer goes, they have their order, they've been served. That is the game loop. Right now, I had ghosts implemented into the game, but with the current state of the game, I worry that the scope is too big. So for now, ghosts will not be in the game. We'll get at it again once we figure out what we're gonna do with them. Now these guys are, they're here. And what happens if you miss letters or notes? Does it affect the quality or prevent the dish from being made? I'm glad you asked, Nappa. Hold on, actually, I'll show you the current version of the game. That's a little bit easier to show off. If I go back into programming, I go ahead and cancel the game here. We are now in programming. Oh, you know what? Also here, let me do this. Oh, wrong button. There we are. Now, this is the current version of the game. This is the current version I'm working on. That's a little bit better. And I miss being able to read the poems. Actually, where are we at? If I go back to concepts for a quick second and I turn on the music, I do plan to have that. If I go back into here, a lot of it is just still ideas, but I do plan on having you be able to read it. If I go into where are we at? I'm lost. Oh no. That's armor, that's drawing, that's Necrotype Cafe. Okay, I found it. Oh. I got worried for a second. And your glasses activated. Let's see. And even though I never played the other version, the idea is that it'll be like this. There will be a big speech bubble that you'll be able to see as things are going on board. So that will get added. A big speech bubble is the hope. So as you're typing, as it's going on to the page, you'll see a big speech bubble. Eris says the d. So often I'm starting to pick up on it and do on it myself. Oh boy, I'm glad you can hear it. And yeah, that's cool. Thank you. Now, where were we? We're in programming, and I wanted to click play. Last 2 weeks, as I said before, we've been working on music for the game. Since we couldn't work on the programming, we were working on the music. So I can go ahead and click play. Let me click play if you can. You can go ahead and mute this guy. If I go ahead and click this guy here, I should be able to. So now everything in this game is 100% made by me, including the music, which I think is lovely. And can you make a redeem to put it on or take off the glass? Sure, Dark. We can add that there. I don't mind one bit. Business time. Yeah. That sounds like fun. But I'll let you listen for a second. But yeah, the music. Can you hear it? Is it loud enough? Is it quiet enough? There we go. So now we've made main menu music, so now that's out of the way. And we also made cafe music. That's what we worked on, and I'm glad. We couldn't work on the programming, which is A-okay, so you work on different parts of the game. Right now, I am struggling with the calibration of the game. So that's his own problem, but it's coming along. I'm hoping to finish it this week, we'll see. And, oh. There you go. And it loops properly. And now the new cafe song is this. What do you think, huh? Craftly. That's the song. There you go. So now that loops. I thought it was more academic. And last song was a banger, but this one just hits the vibes. Thank you, thank you. I am very happy with how it came out. Boots and cats, boots and cats, boots and cats. You know, it now has that feel to it, doesn't it? It has that fancy school vibe, which is the one I was going for. Now, all the songs I can say. And as for what happens when you miss stuff, let's see if this version works. Let's see. It should make an error sound. And that looks way too loud. Oh, yeah, as you can see, something's wrong with this current version. It does not let you do errors. Let's see, A, L, space S, M, O, K, E, comma space, I, S, space, T. So, ignore that last bit there, but you get it. It's totally, I assume. Is the art done by the way, or is there more to do? Oh, plenty more to do. As you can see, the black walls are empty. Everything is like one color. This is supposed to be a trash can. I want to at some point have a bookcase here, and I want it to be lighting coming in from here. And I've been thinking about it, but I don't like this, this book here. I liked it because it was immersive. However, I think it'd be a lot better to have to pick up stuff from the bookshelves and put it down. That way, you're not going through this screen here. As the hope was it to be, you don't have to use a mouse. Because it's a typing game, you want to always have your hands on the keyboard. And lighting feels good with this music. Thank you, yeah. I'm excited. I want to have windows here. This is supposed to be a clock, but as you can see, it's just a circle. So a lot of this stuff, I wanted to do, what's the word I'm looking for? I like art, and because I didn't want to look at a blob walking around, that's why I made this character's art. However, she too is gonna change. Her hair is not the right fitting for it. And you know what? I thought we'd be able to do the GGD, but I think I can blab enough about my game to fill up the remaining time. I think I can do it. Let's go back to concepts, I believe. Concepts. Yep, concepts. There we are. And I'll go ahead and pull this guy here. Okay. And I should be able to close this guy here. Lovely. Okay, so continuing on talking about the game, there's ideas, there's thoughts, but as you can see, and this isn't even my first version, yeah. If it's anything I'm excited about, I will always be able to talk about it. This guy here isn't even the original big screen of just ideas I throw at the screen. This is version 2.0 because the first one got unfortunately corrupted and I did not make backups. But you can see here, that's the idea of the bookcases, the bookshelves with ideas to put on the back. That's the hope. And I'm looking for her hair designs. That was what I was hoping to see. Hair, if not, I can pull it up here as we did do some pixel art hair studies, and that's what'll be tomorrow, is hair studies. You definitely put a lot of thoughts into it. Thank you. For me, at least, ideas and trying to develop ideas is my favorite part about game development. Now, implementing them and seeing them come into fruition, very fun, very enjoyable. I can say that. However, there's nothing like thinking of creation. I think that's the best part about it. Let's see, if I go here, I should be able to find the post I did for her hair. And what's the name of the program you used to plan? This is called Concepts. And hi, by the way, Paulo Rosado. Is that how you say the name? Welcome to the stream. And it's called, like, Concepts Like the Thought. It is either, $4 a month or $40 for one lifetime purchase. There we go. I recommend, though, a scally draw as well. If we go quickly to here, while we're chatting, I click this guy here, and go here. Where are we at? This guy? I should just be able to copy this guy here, paste it in here. If you don't like the idea of the $40 a month or the $40 once or doing $5 a month, I can also recommend Scally Draw. It's kind of similar, doesn't have all the same features, but it does let you draw, it does let you paste things, it does let you type. So Scally Draw might be better if you want something on the freer side. I just like Concepts because of the features. Let me go back into Concepts here. And then from there, I need to go to Library. Yep, Library. And then I need to scroll through these guys. Let me see if I can, oh, yep, there it is. Lovely, I found it right away. I was worried I wouldn't be able to see it, but can I download you? Do you let me drag and drop you? I don't know if it will. Let's see. Drag, drop? No, okay. Maybe if I go to this button here, yep, that button, yep, there we go, that button. And then if I go ahead and grab you, yeah, and then drag you, can I copy this image? Oh, there we are. Yes, there we go. So one time when we were doing hair studies for pixel art, I wanted to see if there were other hair designs we could possibly do for her. The star ones are the ones we were thinking about, but I wanted to keep in her design for necromancery. I wanted to have the hairpin that she has. Right now, her hair's way too wide. So I spent like a night coming up with, let's see, 16 designs, a night on Discord, just trying to figure out hairstyles. And I'd like to. We're gonna come back to this guy one day when we get more pixel art done and do more study into doing hairstyles, but I wanted to try to see if I could get myself to try to do some hairstyles. Now, our character, Gabriella, she's a little shy, not quite though, she can come out of her shell, but she's an excitable gal. If it's her passion, she gets excited about it. Otherwise, she's very soft-spoken until she needs to be. But she has instead of a resting mean face, she has a resting sad face, hence the little sad eyes. But I tried my best to do all of these guys, and I think they came out well. I'm excited to do more pixel art, and since we still have some time, about 5-ish minutes left, I can talk more about what's to come for the rest of the stream. Now, if I go back into that website, theairsezra.com, I should be able to click this guy. Oh, hold on. This guy here. Yep, I click on schedule here. And you can add some hairstyles to customers for just a few variations. Oh yeah, I do want to customize customers a lot. Because customers will be of different classes, so you'll have your, well, different classes, but different, well, I guess classes is good. There's going to be hemomancers, there's going to be pyromancers, there's going to be, let's see, cryomancers. So all different types of mages, I want them to also correlate to different flavors of food. So for example, your cryomancers, your ice wizards are going to have minty flavor. Your pyromancers are going to have a fiery, spicy flavor. So there's going to be different faces, different looks. But again, don't forget, that's big scope. And what's one thing we want to do when we're making a game? Not big scope. So for right now, everyone looks the same. And Incredible, who can program and make art. Thank you, Paulo. Thank you, really. It has a lot to do with just doing these streams. It keeps me motivated to do things. And are you live right now? Ah. Don't catch me slacking. And Druids are like eating salads. You know, maybe it's just Leafy. Leafy is the flavor. Now, tomorrow we'll be doing a pixel art study, and the day after that will be a community stream. Now, pixel art studies I like to host once a week in an attempt to get better at learning pixel art together. If I go here, you can see there's different pixel art studies I've done before. We've done expressions, which will be what we do next time, but we've done color, objects, characters, buildings, monsters. We go through, we try to draw something to finalize in terms of that creation. And speak on, I can go to where we at? And Druids eat mud cake. How silly. And Gigi, this mud knows Lusk is wonderful, aren't they, Dark? From a recent study, I can go down to here, like here. This was an armor study we did on stream, and this is the final part of the armor study. So tomorrow we'll be doing expressions, and the hope is that by doing these study sessions, it'll let game devs who want to get into making art for their own games get better at creating the thing. So this armor was designed for maybe people who want to have armor guys. I think I have one on here for hair. Yeah, this was the hair guy we did one time, and that hair guy helped me get better at learning how to do hair for my character. So that's the hope by doing these study sessions, is it lets me get better at doing things for my game. Saying that though, on Sunday we have draw-togethers, and you missed the old pixel art streams. What do you mean by the old ones, Anicia? Could you elaborate a little bit? I think I've always done these guys, unless you mean something else, possibly, but I don't know. Again, my memory very bad. Now, this is a new section I added here to the website at the bottom of the screen. Every month, once a month, at the start of each month, we do a community stream, and this is where I choose, well, it's not even a random topic is chosen, and you have 20 minutes to draw it in pixel art. And we have been doing this, let's see, I believe for 6 months now. And no, you mean the pixel art streams, they're old for me. Oh, no worries.
Paulo Rosado subscribed on YouTube.
Thank you for the subscription, Paulo. Thank you, and welcome. Oh, there's no worries. If you want to, you can always go back and watch them. Anicia, if I go, hold on, if I highlight this guy for just a quick second, .com, and oh, actually, let me just do this. This should be easier to do. There we are. Lovely. If I click on this guy here and then I go to my channel, where's my channel? Where's my channel? It doesn't want me to see my channel. How weird. Oh no, never mind. I can't. Oh no, hold on. Iris Ezra on YouTube. Does that work? It does, and it looks. See, I see some live. Lovely. Okay, here on YouTube. If you go to the playlist, you should be also able to see there is a pixel art study streams, and it is a catalog of all the previous study streams. Not only that, but I also have all of them labeled. So you can see here, start of the stream. If I click on this guy here, where are we at? This guy, you can see right above there, right? It has the different categories and, oh, hold on. Where are we at? Study streams? Oh, there we go. It's all categorized, there's just chapters. So if you do want to go back and look at these guys, it is here. I tried to make it, again, as accessible as possible. I want people to be able to use these resources and come in a year or so on and so forth. And what the community streams are it's time to be fun. I'll miss the interactivity, but it's great. Yeah. There will always be more, hopefully. I plan to do YouTube and Twitch and streaming and all that stuff for years to come. So there's no worries. And we also go back over topics. Sometimes I explore topics I've never done before. Sometimes I go back over topics. And the idea behind doing these community streams is that it's a chance for people to maybe who haven't done pixel art in a while or just want to do something for fun. 20 minutes to do certain themes, and this was the birthday one, and this was the other ones, and I have a lot of fun with that one. So that's what you have to look forward to this week. Next week, not next week. Tomorrow, study expressions, and then on Sunday. I can do my own schedule, I assure you. On Sunday, we do study together, and as true as water is wet. Here's this awesome looking at that. Oh, you're too sweet, truly. Saying that, though, that's gonna be the end of stream, I'd say. I think I was able to yap as much as possible. Let's go back into the screen here. Okay, so if that enticed you enough, I hope to see you tomorrow for the study stream or on Sunday for the community stream. Yup. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for coming. If you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I want to see if we can find a game dev to raid us. I've been enjoying raiding a lot. It's been a lot of fun. So consider sticking around. I'm going to go to the end stream since this is also the stream bot on YouTube. So I'm going to go to the end screen, then come back. So stick around. But thank you all for joining. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a lovely time and see you later, YouTube. And stick around as I said. So let's see, what button is it? I can never tell. Not one bit.